Well, good evening. I call the regular meeting of the Ames City Council for Tuesday, December 16th to order. And we're going to start off with a proclamation, and then we'll move on with the rest of the items on the agenda. Dr. George, you want to join me up here? Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Whereas the United States was founded on the principle that all people are created with the inalienable right to freedom, and added a 13th Amendment to the Constitution making slavery illegal. Slavery within the U.S. today is most often found in the form of forced labor and sex trafficking, which weakens our social fabric, increases violence and organized crime, and debases our humanity. This heinous crime is found within our own community. Therefore, John A. Hale, mayor of the city of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim January 2026 as Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. I encourage all residents to become more informed of this growing problem, to be vigilant and report suspicious activity, and to work towards solutions to end trafficking in all of its forms in our community. If you see something that doesn't look right, take action and call a national human trafficking hotline at 888-3737888. And it's my pleasure to turn the mic over to Dr. Blissos, and he's going to share a few stats and give us a little update. Dr. George.
Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Council, for this is the 10th year the Ames City Council has approved a proclamation declaring January Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And it also is your way of saying that you're in this fight with us. And we appreciate that very much. So I'm here representing the Network Against Human Trafficking, which was Iowa's first and is still Iowa's only statewide anti-human trafficking organization. It's all made up of volunteers. I started with it 20 years ago. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary. I was CEO of YSS at the time, but had a great interest in fighting human trafficking in that very early time. And as a result, the day I retired from YSS, I became the chair. I'm still in a leadership role. We have some startling news to report to you. As you all know, this is a heinous crime, and that it's a global crime, and it exists in our own community, our own state, and our own nation. Right now, there's a huge increase in online trafficking, grooming of children. And the National Center on Exploited and Children and Youth, it's federally funded, comes out with annual statistics for the last 20 years, really, on online enticement, child sex trafficking, and other crimes against children involving exploitation of their bodies. And what's startling, and it's a bombshell, is that this is a huge increase in child sex trafficking. They just came out with a 6-month report for the first 6 months of 2025. They have never done a 6-month report before, but they wanted the public to know what is going on. And so I'm gonna, it's in my newsletter that I handed out to all of you. It's the last article, and there's a little chart there. And just for the public, I'll read 2 or 3 of these stats. The child sex trafficking for all of 2024 was 5,900. Listen to this. In 6 months, it's 62,800. Online enticement of children, all of last year, 292,000. And in 6 months, it's 518,720. Sextortion, which is a relatively new sex crime against children, went from 13,842 in 2024 to 23,593. This one mostly targets teenage boys. We have already lost 2 boys to suicide in the state of Iowa who are being who are involved in sextortion. I also have in that same newsletter all the stats for Iowa. So you should have all of that. And for the public, anyone that wants a copy of the Iowa stats, we collect them every year. It should be a state agency doing this, not us. One last thing I want to say is we haven't made much progress in our legislature this last year for legislation. We need to make all kinds of improvements in our, and also on the federal level, they've been very slow in addressing AI, the involvement of AI in. At any given time, there are 500,000 predators online waiting to hook up with children and groom them. Just driving here today, I was listening to NPR, and the Iowa Attorney General has filed a lawsuit, and she was talking about these crimes. And there's a very popular video game that is very #1 for junior high kids. And these predators are playing these games and grooming kids. Just last month, an Iowa girl, 13, who was on Roblox, ROBLUX, check to see any teenager that you know of, see if they're playing that game. So she's filing a lawsuit saying, you know, they don't have any protections or enough protections for children and youth from predators. And so there was a 13-year-old who was playing the game, an Iowa kid in a rural area, and she was groomed, and a trafficker, a predator from another state who was already had been convicted of sex crimes and was to have no contact with children. Of course, online, nobody knows. He groomed her and arranged to pick her up at her grandmother's house, out of sight of her parents. Picked her up, took her to Tennessee, where he lived, and sex trafficked this 13-year-old. She was lucky because she escaped. Her parents didn't know where she was. They thought she had run away. And here she shows up at a police station, thank God. And they got her back to Iowa and arrested this guy, and he's probably headed for life in prison when he gets convicted. So I wanted to make you as council members aware that things are really bad, especially for children. AI really needs to be controlled by our state and federal government better than it is. And it's just aiding these, like in sextortion, it's a big tool that the traffickers are using. Thank you, Mr. And I'm joined by 2 of our local anti-trafficking advocates representing YSS. All of you know Andrew Allen. They're doing a great job in fighting human trafficking and serving survivors. Just today, this morning, Andrew has hired a survivor who's now a counselor at the program, doing great work. And This is Gage. He's an ISU student and headed for vet school, and he heads up the group called Rotaract, and they are fighting human trafficking. They're distributing the stickers, and most importantly, they're exposing Iowa State students. Last year they had 3 or 4 survivors give a program at the Memorial Union, and it was attended by over 200 ISU students. So we thank ISU and Rotaract. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to presentation from downtown Ames Main Street, and introduce Travis Tolliver, the executive, or what's your official title? Executive Director of the Ames Main Street?
Yes, sir.
And he's got a short presentation, and Council, you saw a letter from him a short while ago, and giving an update, and so I'll let Travis take it from here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Travis Tolliver at the Ames Alliance and Ames Main Street. Really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to give you what I hope will be a brief but concise update on where we're at with implementing the downtown guiding vision plan for the future. What I'll be talking about tonight is just a quick overview of the plan again, the team that's working on it, the process that we're going through, the short-term projects that have been identified, the longer-term projects that have been identified, and answer any questions that you might have. So the plan, if you recall, is a 55-page document that lives on the Ames Main Street website, downtownames.org. You can click on the Guiding Vision tab on the top and be directed right to that document. Within it is 5 chapters. Within those 5 chapters are the 4 big ideas: the robust and complete downtown neighborhood, streets as spaces, connections to ISU, and an entrepreneurial downtown. The 3 frameworks that develop that are the development portions, the open spaces that we have in downtown, and connectivity. And the 4 focus areas or geographical areas that we looked at were Main Street from Grand to Duff, 7th to Lincoln Way, along that Burnett corridor there in the middle of downtown from north to south, the east edge to Duff Avenue, and the west edge of downtown to Grand Avenue. And then, of course, implementation suggestions by the designers Bolton and Mink. The implementation task force is co-chaired by myself and Mayor Hala. Appreciate Mayor Hala's leadership on this, along with everyone else who contributes to the task force. We have representatives from the Ames Main Street Board of Directors, Mindy Bergstrom, Nicole Rasmussen, and Sam Stagg. I'd like to publicly acknowledge Sam being here today. Thank you so much, Sam, for your support. Appreciate it. I might have you come up later and do a little presentation yourself. No, I'm just kidding. We also have representation from Bolton and Mink, who helped design the plan, Greg Bazard. From the Alliance, Dylan Klein, who does a lot of business development work for our organization. And then from OEI, who represents downtown development, Abigail Miller. And then the rest of the city staff, Kelly Diekman, Brian Phillips, who has actually been replaced temporarily by Steve Shanker. So I want to thank Steve for being a part of the task force. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to update the graphics, Steve, but I'll get your picture in there someday.
That's okay.
And then Justin and Corey will be engaged as needed. We've not had to engage their expertise yet, but they're on our speed dial. So we appreciate the city staff support for helping us work on implementing some of the projects here. The process, it's a series of meetings that have determined many things, first of which was, where do we start? We looked around the table and realized none of us had ever implemented a guiding vision task force for a downtown. And so we had a lot of conversations on how to identify long-term versus short-term projects, prioritizations of those projects, and creating timelines for completions. We use the data from the guiding vision document the community input survey that was built into the document that we did while we were gathering information for the presentation of that document, and Bolton & Mink's research as well. And then just most recently, a couple months ago, we did send out a business survey to downtown businesses to gather input on their engagement towards some of the first step projects that we're looking to do. So let's dive right in. The short-term projects, and I'll go into slightly more details on these. But these are projects that we've identified that we feel like we can accomplish within the first year or so. So looking at 2026 or so to get things started and kicked off. So these include a community and shared dumpster program, a downtown parklet program, a sip and stroll district program, and then working with city on the Tom Evans refresh project that's slated for the latter part of 26. So, a community shared dumpster program. I'm not going to go through all these details here. You can look at those in your printout that I gave you. But this is a program where we're looking at finding ways to aesthetically clean up downtown on some of the back sides of the buildings. And so looking at ways that we can consolidate and bring together a lot of the trash receptacles that are out in the open public and put them in geographical or strategic locations within downtown to keep them out of the public view. A test case for this that we've been looking at is the city of Marion. Marion did this very successfully in their downtown. They worked with the city worked with downtown businesses to make this happen. And we're looking at ways that we can build upon that program and work with the city of Ames on creating something here. So the things that are being worked on right now for this project is obviously, again, identifying the strategic locations, looking at identifying what the costs will be to both the city and to businesses as well. And then, of course, working very closely with the city on how to put together the details of the program, the logistics, and rollout options if we decide to move forward with that. Downtown Parklet program, and you see an example of it here, but this is a really great way to extend the public realm in downtown. We've talked a lot about ways that we can bring more experience to downtown, and this is one of those things that both gives an experience and enhances businesses. And so we're taking a look at ways that we can make downtown more vibrant through these, what they call little mini parks, but they're also maybe extensions of seated areas. Parklets take on many different shapes and sizes, and it's all around the nation. Many downtowns throughout the country have a parklet program. Most recently, Brian Phillips and I were just talking about a parklet program in San Francisco and what that looks like. And so not comparing Ames to San Francisco, but just certainly showing that doesn't matter the size of the community, parklet programs seem to be very successful. And so we see a lot of these outside of restaurants and bars and cafes and bookstores as well. And so since we have all those in our downtown, we want to take a look and see if there's ways that we can do that. We're looking for an implementation date of the spring of 26 for a pilot program. We've submitted a separate outside funding request to the city on behalf of the Guiding Vision Plan for $10,000 to build 2 of these parklets. We will work with businesses to find a strategic location for both of them and gauge how successful they are. And if they are economically viable, then maybe taking a look at creating a more stronger parklet program for downtown and enhancing the businesses in the public realm in downtown. We're going to be hosting an informational meeting about parklets along with the next program, which is the Sip and Stroll program, in January with some key businesses that we've identified that would probably want to be engaged in this and who have responded back in a survey that we sent to them that they would like to partner with us on this. Also, Sam and some others on our task force will be working with partnering with ISU's Architecture and Landscaping Design School to design some parklets. I understand that a parklet program was in downtown in past years, and so ISU had a hand in that. We want to engage that again, and again, answering that call to not only expanding the public realm in downtown, but also engaging with ISU. And so we are looking forward to that opportunity. And then, of course, working with city staff on the program details and rolling it out. Here's some other examples of parklets that I was able to find online. And again, all different shapes and sizes. Of course, we have diagonal parking in downtown, so some parklets might look a little bit different than usual parklets with a straight parking area. But it honestly just depends on where on the block it lands. And so the most general design butts up next to the curb, so there's not any kind of step or any kind of access issues. And as you see at the bottom right, some can be used for parking bicycles, and then a portion of it being used for outside seating. And so we're really looking forward to seeing how our design looks with engagement with ISU students and seeing how we can implement this for our downtown. Sip and Stroll District program is something that we felt like would be a great attribute to downtown. This program allows for areas of downtown, probably mostly talking about Main Street, to be activated in ways that people can enjoy beverages, alcohol beverages, in an outdoor open area while being able to support local establishments that sell alcohol. We've met with Brian Phillips and the Chief of Police, Chief Huffman, to talk more about how this can work. There's a lot of educating that will need to go on with regards to establishments that have liquor licenses and how this process will work. But the idea would be is if during maybe a special event, we would have identified establishments that would sell alcohol. The container would be separate in an inventory. In the establishment's inventory, it would be sold to the consumer, sealed. The consumer will then take it out into the event area, open the beverage, and then discard it before going into another establishment to get another beverage, if so desired. So that is the premise behind it. There's a lot of things that that are involved with that, educating the establishments, educating the public, but it's something that has actually been successful in other communities. And so we're in the process right now of getting that information and learning how other cities have implemented this. And then we're taking a look at ways that we can maybe start a pilot program with this for maybe the first year. We just do special events. And then maybe after that, we take a look at if we want to do a more consistent programming of this. Maybe it's once a month or twice a month or every week, depending on how successful the program is. And so we're obviously working close with the City of Ames staff, along with Ames PD, to make sure that we're going to do this properly and that the program is successful. And then finally, the Tom Evans Refresh Project. This coincides with the expansion of Tom Evans that's laid out in the Guiding Vision Plan. And when we found out that the city had already earmarked some money in fiscal year 26-27 for a refresh of the space, we felt this was a great opportunity to work with the Parks and Rec Department to see if there's ways that we can help implement some new ideas and new things for the refresh that will coincide with the future expansion of Tom Evans Plaza and make it more of a central public space for different activities and concerts and things like that. And so it's been great to work with Keith and his team on taking a look at what we can do with that space. We're looking at removing the three current picnic pods that are in the green space to open up the green space more for some more activity. Looking at more enhanced lighting. The lighting in Tom Evans Plaza is not exactly the best, especially at night. And so there's ways that we've identified that those areas could be improved upon as well, certainly for the public safety. And then also taking a look too, if there's a way that we can create a platform that could be used for seating during the day, but maybe during a special event could be a stage for live music. We have a lot of live music that takes place in that area during the farmers market. We could certainly create more programming with live music if we had a little bit more of a stage-like setting in downtown. And so Tom Evans seems to be the perfect spot for that, since it's centrally located in our downtown and is a great way for us to be able to improve more programming that way. We've also, members of the task force have been looking into exploring grant opportunities that could increase the budget for this project. So I know the city had budgeted, I'm maybe going to get it wrong, I apologize, but around $40,000 towards this effort. And some of the things that we want to do, we understand will take more money, but we've also want to see if we can provide some grant money to add additionally to that, so that we're hopefully going to be able to match the city's contribution. And there's a rendering from the Guiding Vision Plan of what Tom Evans could look like, not necessarily saying it's going to look like this after the refresh, but this is where we're heading towards with some of the attributes like the enhanced lighting, the platform stage, and the expanded green space. The long-term projects, first and foremost, the multimodal parking ramp, certainly a place that we identified as a starting point for some of the long-term projects. Happy to say that we were able to work with Kelly here at the city and the mayor and Steve to help have the city submit a grant application to the USDOT for some grant money with regards to the planning expenses for a project like this. A project like this does not happen overnight. It's going to take several years to happen. But I think if we are able to be awarded those funds to be able to help offset the cost for planning, that grant opens up the doors for more money through the federal government for brick and mortar of that project. And so excited to see where that goes. The application has been submitted. Unfortunately, due to the government shutdown, it delayed the reviewing process of those applications, but now it's back on. And so we're hoping to hear something fairly soon from the USDOT as to whether or not we've received or will be awarded those funds. So my thanks to the city for making that possible to apply for that grant. Also, the Ames Main Street program is looking into the possibility of creating a SMID district in downtown Ames. That will help gather some more funding for different projects that we want to do throughout downtown. Certainly projects identified in this plan, enhanced programming for the organization as well. And so those discussions are happening with our board right now. The extension of Tom Evans Plaza I spoke about earlier to the south, which would coincide with the multimodal parking ramp. The creation of festival streets, if you recall, along Douglas, Burnett, Clark, and in front of City Hall. When Schenker Plaza is activated, we'd like to see some more programming around there as well. And then working with building owners and developers to create more upper story living spaces and maybe some possible new mixed use commercial and upper story living projects. That's going to be an ongoing thing for several years, but certainly something that we're starting with right now. So. And that's it. Are there any questions that I can answer right now for you?
So we're approaching our time of working on our capital improvement budget, our CIP budget. And are there things that you would want the council to consider for that budgeting process?
Right now, I not for the next fiscal year, I think, again, we applied for that extra $10,000 to start the pilot parklet program. But the task force hasn't really identified any major expenses yet that would need to go into the capital expenditure. Working with Steve and the mayor, certainly to make sure that if we do identify those, that gets put in front of you and that will be in the planning stages for the next fiscal year.
Yeah, and I would encourage you, so that's a 5-year window for us. And so even if it's not something in the next fiscal year, if you can help us to create placeholders for that, just so we can make sure we see those proposals in light of other plans, that's super helpful for us.
Okay.
The city of Marion has done an absolutely tremendous job with their downtown. Had a chance to tour it a couple of times, and they've made use of their alleys in incredibly creative ways.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that's on your radar screen, that we might envision public spaces differently and create more opportunities in our downtown that way?
Yeah, possibly. And I apologize that I didn't include the alleyways as well that we're looking at, not just the south side of Main Street, but certainly alleyways north of Main Street as well. They have done an excellent job, you're right, in identifying ways that those spaces could be used actively by the public. And that's certainly something that we're looking at. There's certainly some opportunity, I believe, north of the 300 block between Main Street and 5th, that there's some open space there that could be utilized as well. Also making sure too that there's plenty of space for delivery trucks and those kinds of things that are essential to those businesses on the backsides, right? But are there some opportunities where the public could find a nice little gathering space or something that would be an experiential opportunity for visitors? But yeah, we're taking a look at that.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Travis, with regard to the SMID district,
Yes.
is that supposed to be something that you envision as limited to Main Street members, or something that's going to expand beyond the members of Main Street to any business downtown?
Well, it depends on what you're identifying as
Members?
well, no, it's like boundaries. I mean, are you talking like a geographical boundary here, or are we talking about businesses that can be involved in SMID?
I'm talking about businesses that will be involved with the SMIC.
Okay. Well, we'll be, and those businesses would have to be within the boundaries of the SMID district,
Mhm.
right? And so I believe that the last SMID proposal that Ames Main Street was gearing up for was a very limited area of downtown. And so we're actually taking a look right now to see if there's ways that we can expand that out even further to incorporate more more businesses within that geographical area. The challenge is that those businesses in those areas would want to, see some visual and physical improvements
Mhm.
to that area as well. And so we want to make sure that we're able to follow through with that if we identify those areas needing to be included in this mid-district.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Regarding the sip and stroll, can you just comment real briefly on the success of the 515 event, Travis?
Yes.
It's kind of a pilot program.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for your support in letting us be able to have alcohol throughout the event space for 515 days. I know that some of you were there, but others that weren't. It was a very successful event. We followed all the things that we promised. Volunteers at each barricade, posters up, reminding people not to take alcohol beyond the event space. It's just such a family friendly event. It takes place during the late afternoon, early evening time, and it was well received. And so people walking around with a drink in one hand and their kid's hand in the other, and enjoying the kids zone, the food trucks that we had, the live music. It was a great event, and I even talked to a couple of officers that were patrolling the street at the time, and they said this is a great event. And no issues. And I was like, well, thank you. That makes me very happy. So, And so again, as we look towards the future and identifying not only 515 days, but other special events that bring the community together in the heart of our community, which is downtown, having that option, I think is well supported and appreciated by those who come to those events.
Yeah, I just close with the comment that I think the committee is looking for some early or low hanging fruit and some wins to begin with to get this launched. I appreciate your comment, Tim, about looking at the 5-year plan. I think one of the things that we're looking at is hoping that planning grant comes for the multimodal facility. If that comes through, that's going to be huge to allow us to kind of do some strategic planning and also some budgeting. So, but
Absolutely.
I think there's we got a good pathway and a lot of energy. So.
Well, I want to thank all of the people that have helped support this. Certainly you as council, members of city staff that we work with all the time. Amber's comment in a past meeting about wanting to make sure that this project gets implemented always continues to ring in my ear every time we sit down and we talk about the downtown guiding vision plan. So we hope to continue to keep fulfilling that promise of implementing this and making our downtown an extremely special place to visit.
Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
All right, move on to consent. Are there any items that council wish to pull from consent tonight?
Mayor, I'd like to pull items 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15.
Anything else? Entertain motion to approve consent less those items.
So moved?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Betcher,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corrieri,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Okay, Rachel.
So each of these are events from Ames Main Street that'll happen next year, June 2026 or later. And each of these have some level of parking waiver request. And I noticed a discrepancy with some of the waiver requests and one of our outside funding requests in item 33. So I would just move that we table these items to a future meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Give me just 1 second. So these are all things, there's not a timing issue here on this. mean, the planning is going to take place on these regardless of what we do on the parking. Okay,
What what were the items you pulled? 8, 10, 11, 12, 13,
14,
and
15,
14, but not 9.
not 9, because
Nine
9
doesn't
has no
have,
parking waiver.
There's no parking waiver on 9 because it's on a holiday.
Oh, sure.
So
And what was the discrepancy?
Some of them are listed as a request to have free parking, and some of them are not in the outside funding request. So just want to like reconcile that with Ames Main Street with staff. I can make a motion on that later.
Sure.
yeah, and I think just to stress, it's not a rejection of the item at all. It's just more or less just trying to get this clarified before we can go ahead and move on. So those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, we'll move on to public forum. This is time we set aside for comments from the public on topics of city business other than those on the agenda. Understand the council will not take any action. I ask you would limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Anyone will address council under public forum tonight? Seeing none, we'll close public forum. Move on to item number 22, Fitch Family Indoor Aquatic Center update.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Just going to give you an update on several different things. We have normally a monthly report that we would give an update. This month usually is a written report, but with some of the items that we wanted to talk about, brought Troy and Brad along. So that, and then precast panels, give an update to council, and then also change order number 2 for story construction. So with the monthly report, information, a lot of information's in the council action form, so I'm not going to go through all the details. There are 2 attachments related to the monthly report. The first one is the story construction update that they provide. The main thing there is in regards to substantial completion date. We were looking at January 23rd for the entire building. Right now, the non-natatorium areas is January 23rd of 2026. And the natatorium area, which is the pools, mechanical space, that has been pushed back to February 13th of 2026. So 3 weeks beyond what we were thinking. And Brad and Troy can speak to that a little bit more. The second attachment in regards to the monthly report were the change orders. Since the last report, we had 5 change orders. Those are all listed. To date, we're at 396,000, or about 18.9% of the $2.1 million contingency that we have. The $1 million that we set aside for the remediation and mitigation, we have not spent any of that. So because we never found any contamination. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Troy and Brad, and they can kind of go through some of the pictures that were in attachment A.
Yeah, so we'd like to walk through these photos as we have done before. It was great to see most of you out a couple weeks ago for the tour. I think that really shows the facility and how impactful the community it will be. But stepping through these images, you start to see the current channel within the deeper part of the zero entry rec pool. You see the wood forms and all the rebar, which will eventually be poured in concrete. Again, more of a shot looking southwest. You can see the entire current channel itself, again, to the south side at the rec pool. So we start to look at the last precast panel that was put in place there at the west and where the water slide will go. Contractors working on the concrete stanchions bases for the stairs themselves and the slide with the entry or exit from the building at the top and then coming back into the building with a run out. Progress is even further now than these photos show.
And I would just add that we were there this morning and the stairs are in. And if you've driven by, the slide is on the outside. People have been asking us about the color of the slide. It is blue. If you haven't seen it.
It'll remain blue, right, Keith? Yeah. So this is an overall shot of the lap pool. Looking south, kind of an aerial drone shot from the interior of the building. A lot of cleaning, a lot of work left to do, but that basin is essentially ready to receive paint. You can see the perimeter tile as well related to that basin. Contractors in the background working on exterior glass curtain wall, soon to replace all of the plywood that you see there. These are some detailed shots. This is a wellness pool. You can see the tile around the interior, the perimeter of that basin itself. And again, very close as it relates to the paint that will go onto that basin as well. Some interior shots, looking at the locker rooms, interior partitions going in around toilets, other accessories related to lockers themselves as well. Resinous flooring in this space to provide that slip resistance. You start to see the locker bases, so where the tan color lockers will sit on that, and then the structure for the benches themselves too in this photo. And the face of that underneath the lockers will have the tile, as you can see here. Again, accessories within each restroom, grab bars, dispensers, mirrors. In this image, a sink that is to be installed yet, hand dryers, other things. So I think all restrooms are kind of at this level as of right now. Paint on the walls, millwork pieces as it relates to cubbies and some other things with solid surfacing. Folks can sit on it. This is the north side of the walking track, just north of the multipurpose space.
Another thing this morning when we were there, they were actually starting to put down the underlayment for the flooring.
Yep.
For the track.
Again, getting ceilings in, making sure we're doing and having all of our proper inspections as it relates to above ceiling. But this shows that ceiling in the large multipurpose space that we all stood in when we were touring the space. As it relates to mechanical room, many detailed shots here. This shows the water service coming into the building. As that work continues in the mechanical space, a lot of equipment and pumps that make the pools run and go throughout the day, making sure we get insulation on those pipes. Again, as I mentioned, this is the final precast panel being set in place a few weeks ago, I think. The lower level architectural precast panels, and you can see the black metal panels above the glass or the glazing there as well.
So with that, that's the monthly report. We are going to go into precast panels and a
Can you
change
go-
order, but if there are any specific questions on
Can you
this.
go back to the slide with the locker bases for a second? Yeah, that one. Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out at the floor, I thought that was a piece of wood. That's actually the flooring itself. It ties into the wall, right?
Yeah, and Story's done a really good job at just protecting that resinous flooring throughout construction, so the grip tight and some other things will be pulled off of there.
Thanks. Any questions on the progress report? Okay.
Okay, so then we'll move on to the precast panels. And with this, so again, in the report, there were, 8 different possible causes that were looked at, and those were looked at between Story Construction, also RDG. Also do want to mention that we did contract with SGH, who is a concrete consultant for the plaza. They looked at it as well and basically came up with a lot of the same comments that RDG and Story Construction had done. There are two potential solutions, which still go through basically time or stain. And so I'll let these guys go through some of the pictures that we have here.
Yeah, so this shows the south side as it relates to the existing conditions. I think we've all driven past on Lincoln Way, main signage as well. So we see the modeling or the discoloring across the panels, the formwork panels with what we're calling the sinus wave. As Keith mentioned, we looked into 7 or 8 different reasons why or how we got to this point. And with 2 potential solutions. So time, as Keith mentioned, or staining the panels to match the color and aesthetic and performance that we specified and would expect based on the contract documents. So where we're at in the year regarding season, weather, I think we'll get the time no matter what. Just because if we do proceed with staining, we would have to have consistent temperatures above 25 degrees or so, which would bring us to spring essentially. This is a mock-up that was on site and still on site, reviewed by the design team. As you can see, I think one side is washed and one is not.
Yeah, the right side is the unwashed condition. The left side is the washed condition. One of the things we looked at is how does this mock-up change through time? Because there was a day when it was first washed that it looked beautiful and uniform. And Keith, go to the next slide. And one of our observations is there's an environmental factor here. So this is zoomed in pretty close to that sinus wave. And it was facing west-southwest for several months. And on one side of that wave is a lighter color, and the other side of the wave is a darker color. So it's, as the sun is hitting it, it's definitely having an impact on which side on the color.
How is that panel washed?
Pressure wash with detergent.
This one was a sample?
Yes. Yep. Same method as the overall building.
Did you try a panel with the prescribed method of cleaning, which was supposed to be brush, to determine whether that would have had the same effect?
Same means and methods were used for all of it. And
I'll let
actually,
you answer her question though.
Yeah.
excuse me,
You didn't answer her question.
what was the question again?
So the specifications call
Oh,
for the brush washing,
Scrubbing.
not pressure
Yep.
washing. So did you try that to determine whether that would have stopped the modeling or whatever we're
Yeah.
calling that?
Discoloration,
Yeah.
modeling's a technical term. No, did not. Actually spent quite a bit of time talking to the company that pressure washed it. And this is basically the only company that does it in Iowa, and talk through that. And this is how it's done across the state. The person doing it has done millions of square feet in the state of Iowa, and this is the means and methods that's used across those projects.
Then why
Wouldn't
was
the
it specified?
specification vary? Yeah.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
then why was the specification specify that it's supposed to be manually brushed?
Yeah, so I can't answer that. I didn't develop them. Brad can answer that.
Well, the other question is that the specifications clearly stipulate they're supposed to be brushed, and you were on site, and why was your superintendent not basically saying, hey, wait a minute, the specifications call for this?
Yeah, sure. That's fair. I don't have a defense for that.
So, I mean, if it is the industry standard, why was that not integrated in the specifications? There must be a reason why you want it to be manually brushed and use detergent. It seemed to me it'd be less abrasive,
Yeah. So
and
what,
do less damage to the surface.
yeah. And so what you're, if I understand it correctly, what you're trying to clean off is any residue, especially form oil. And that has been cleaned off.
Well,
Again,
you
I
can-
guess
you can
just
damage it.
why the difference in
I mean, you can
specification?
damage
Why
the
not
surface.
specify that the industry standard be done to it?
Sure.
Maybe, can you answer that one, Brad?
Yeah, I think we specified the cleaning, how we have typically specified the same precast cleaning method
Even
across
though-
all of our projects.
Even though that's not the industry standard in the state? Or,
Per the guy that was pressure washing it, I guess.
there was no company available to do the other kind of washing?
That I cannot answer. I think, so to Troy's point, I think we're with, whether it's brushing or power washing, both of those methods are trying to get a surface oil release from the precast method itself off the panel. I think we've determined that's been done. It's been cleaned off that panel, and what's causing the discoloration is not the cleaning method itself. If that makes sense.
How did you determine that?
So we know that the contractor failed to submit the specific design mix for the architectural concrete panels
Not
themselves.
specifically regarding the washing. You said that it was not the cause of the problem. You said that the washing, we were talking about the washing approach.
Yeah, I think whether we were brushing it or whether we were power washing it, either method, I think that through the power washing, we got that release agent off of those panels themselves, which would be the goal of either method. If that
Would
makes
you not
sense.
agree, though, that the pressure that a person can apply to the surface with a brush is nothing compared to a pressure wash? I have no idea if this is a soft
Yeah.
wash, a hard wash, if it was 2,000 PSI.
Yeah, it's
The point is that I've seen buildings that have been damaged by pressure washing.
Sure.
Because of the fact that it's just basically how you're approaching it and what
Sure.
you're doing it. So the point is that I heard nothing about that. It's basically, and when you identify in your report, it was specified as being hand washed, and it was pressure washed. Just because it's industry standard, it goes against your specifications. So, I mean, the point is, we have a model-looking building,
Sure.
and now we're looking at some kind of a compromise. And it wasn't, I mean, if it was done according to specifications, we have a different situation on our hands.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that I don't understand is we didn't follow the specifications on this, but then the contractor indicated this type of modeling does happen quite often and suggested staining. So, I mean, it sounds like they know that the pressure washing causes this sort of problem. Obviously, that's what they do routinely. So how do we know that it wouldn't have happened if?
Yeah, that contractor's comment wasn't geared towards pressure washing being the cause. It was geared towards gray panels that are smooth cast often leads to modeling. And that's in all the articles I've read on PCI, Precast Concrete Institute, that's a common thing that happens. And he's just pointing that out.
So I don't feel a huge need from the dais to try to resolve the cause of this. And maybe that's something that could be done off camera and I mean, we're not the people to work through that from here, respectfully. My question is prospectively, how do we fix this? And so is the staining that big of a deal? I mean, we paint things all the time. And so what's
No.
involved in that? And can you give us a sense of is this something that we would be doing once a year, once every 5 years? I mean, it's just putting, stain on the concrete. Is this hard?
No, we oftentimes stain precast panels on a lot of our projects. So the difference between a stain and a paint, essentially, so the stain penetrates that concrete, whereas the stain is, or as the paint is just on the surface, right? So the stain and the maintenance of that is less compared to if you were just painting a concrete. You know, we have precast projects that were stained 6-8 years ago that owner hasn't had to do anything with that stain specifically. So we do it a lot on our projects.
Okay, thanks.
I would just add real quick to Tim, to your question, and talking with SGH, one of the things that they mentioned, and they said, two solutions, the time or stain. And they said they as well stain a lot of precast concrete. It does last a long time. And they said that you really want to make sure if you're going to stain it, you want to use a penetrating stain, and you do not want to use I don't know what the right term, but there are things that you could, like a coating, I think is what they said.
Like topical.
Yeah,
You want to
because
penetrate.
they said with that, it's hard to apply and there's a lot of maintenance associated with it. So if you are going to do something, penetrating stain is the way to go. That was from SGH.
And then we can, get the right color, whatever you're, wanting to achieve. I think it's a great project. I don't want to get distracted. I think we're on time, close to on time. It's gonna be a great project, and whether it's stained or not, it sounds like it's a common practice. Is there direction that you need from us in terms of whether to move forward with the stain?
Yes, I think with this one, if council wants staff to do further research in stain, there's a couple of things that I think we would do. One, SGH also mentioned, and we've had conversation amongst the three of us, SGA mentioned that if you stain, a light stain may not hide the defects. So you may have to go with a darker stain. It's not going to get rid of the defects, but they do a better job of covering, the defects. So with the mock-up, that we have here, one of the things that we have discussed is taking that mock-up, putting it inside, warming it up, and then doing several different colors of stain on there, and then putting it back outside and see how it weathers, over the winter time. Because like they said, we're probably looking at springtime before we're going to do any kind of stain. So if cost is an issue, you already brought up, time. There was one company that was talked to. They said they provide a 25-year warranty, on their stain.
Yep.
So if you need to do, if you want us to pursue that, a motion directing us to do that would be helpful.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to set aside the discussion of was there an area that we could have done better, or there was a mistake made. That's a separate conversation, but we have to be a people. We have to move forward with a solution. And so I'm going to move that we direct staff to begin investigating the approach of staining the building, where the specific concrete areas.
Second.
So what are you going to do about the dark letters then? So you got if you're going to go with a dark stain, how are those going to stand out?
Yeah, I think we'll have to, like Keith said, test a number of different colors on the mock-up as well in comparison.
I mean, the whole idea was with the dark letters is to stop, to be in the contrast. If you go a dark stain to try and cover that dark gray, are you planning on proposing to paint the letters or have them replaced with letters that will be more of a stark contrast?
Yeah, I think that's why we'll do the mock-up. If we will maybe be able to go with a lighter stain.
But one of the things though, as well, with those dark letters, they are backlit. So even if you go with a little darker stain, they may still pop with the backlighting. Correct?
Well, we have
Am
a
I-
family that
am I
donated
wrong
$3
with
million
that?
to this project, and it's named after them. And I think that to have not just at nighttime, but at daytime, it's appropriate for that to be red. And the point is, the design intent was your colors you selected was to have that
Absolutely.
contrast. And the point is that, going dark stain is not, when those letters disappear, I think that's not an acceptable solution.
Yeah, agreed.
So I'll interject one thought here. I think plan A would be to match the Sherwin-Williams Rushing River color, which is gray. Start off with that stain color and see how that does. And then maybe get progressively darker if that doesn't do the job, and see where that darkness ends up covering it up. Hopefully it's at Plan A, but time will
And who is
tell.
paying for this?
Yeah, so a letter will go out to the contractor tomorrow that they're on the hook for this.
The power washer or the?
No, it's all under one bid package contractor, the supply and install of the precast and steel package.
Can concrete be stained an infinite number of times? I mean, not infinite even. We'll say 4 times. Can concrete be stained repeatedly? Like, can we do that? Start with one color, and if that's not quite good, we go a little shade darker. I mean, or is there a maximum number of times you can stain it before it quits absorbing?
Yeah, I've never heard of a maximum number.
Okay.
I think in regards to the mock-up, we would do one area of it at the lightest color
Sure.
and see what that looks like,
Okay.
and then move on to another area of the mock-up
Sure.
so that it's not stain on stain.
Sounds good.
So I just want to clarify, Troy, I think you said that the whole contracting package was the same organization.
Yes,
So that was also the organization responsible for not putting in the color admixture.
yeah,
And so we're covering both of these issues with our plan.
correct.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
in our minds, it's one single issue, right? The variation in the concrete. That it's essentially an as-cast precast panel because they didn't put the color admixture in it that would essentially give it that more uniform look, similar to the darker concrete at the bottom here in this image that has that color in it, and it's uniform. It's a darker color, of course. So
Can I just add, with your motion, I just want to make sure, do you want us to bring something back, to council once we investigate, or you just want us to investigate and move forward? So I just need clarification on that.
I think, I guess my intent was to investigate and come back to council. I think the dialogue that you had this evening indicates the level of interest the council has in this, and I think they would want to give final approval of the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Yeah,
Me.
Bronwyn did. Yeah.
No, you're right.
Thanks for keeping us honest on that.
All right. So from there, then we do have, before you as well, change order number 2 for Story Construction. This just kind of goes through what the original contract was in the different phases. Pre-construction phase, the construction management fee was 2.1% of the construction budget, and then the construction staffing fees, reimbursables, and then change order 1 was for the construction support services, which we call bid package number 5. That's for just a lot of things that happen. A lot of times if there was a GC, they would pay for this, but with 14 prime contractors that the city owns or has, very difficult. We didn't need 14 dumpsters and 14 portable restrooms and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of that bid package 5. So change order number 2, with the construction management fee, that was based off of a $20.5 million construction budget, which is what we put out when we put bids out. With it being 18.5 right now, that's why there's a reduction. I will say with the pre-construction phase, with that one, that was one area that not to exceed amount, and Story Construction actually did go over that amount, but they never billed us for any additional hours because of the not to exceed. The construction staffing fees, I'll let Troy speak to that, the reimbursables, and then again with the construction support services, those are coming down. So with all of it, change order number 2 is an additional $211,000 which would bring the revised contract to almost 2.6 million. But I'll let Troy add anything there or field any questions
Yeah, I'll
that anybody has.
Field questions.
So it appears this, again, the delay has to do with the precast concrete.
That's one element for sure. There's probably two things
Okay.
here. When the RFP went out for construction management services, there was little to no design done, and all the respondents were told, hey, base your proposal on an 18-month construction duration. Once we got on board and design moved forward, I personally looked at it and said, 18 months isn't realistic. When we go out to bid, this is a 20-month project. So there's two months of it. And then in the midst of construction, you are correct, precast material wasn't available when we needed it to be available. And that was a 14-week delay there. So 3.25 months.
Why was it not available?
Yeah. So the way I look at it is information was not available during the construction process to fully draw up the shop drawings. So there was a couple RFIs that were written that the supplier needed answered in order to develop those shop drawings. And what it really came down to is that south face of the aquatic center. They needed information there.
So walk us through that process. I'm struggling with this 14-week delay. And first of all, you were sort of hired because of your expertise in getting
Yeah.
projects done on schedule, on time. And 14 weeks, 2.5 months, pretty significant delay. And I
Right.
understand the RS, but what was communicated to the responsible parties that you needed response. I know what specifications may say in terms of turnaround time, but all of a sudden the city is being asked to pay a significant sum of money for a delay that I think it's fair for the city, for council and the community to understand what precipitated that. Why did that happen?
Yeah. Yeah. So as the precast supplier started to draw up the shop drawings, it became evident that there were some panels that span horizontally from column to column weren't falling on a column. So there's an unsupported end of a panel. And so that was one question. Second question came in from the aluminum curtain wall contractor about the two outside corners of the natatorium, particularly that southwest corner, to where the manufacturer of the aluminum, who's Conair, which John would know, came back and said, hey, we can't build that corner and guarantee it to be watertight. There's the panel in that corner is angled. The opening for the aluminum is angled. And there was a short flat spot in that corner, and that simply needed to be a longer flat spot in order to make that corner structurally sound and watertight. And so those two questions took from mid-March to mid-June to have all the information available to where that contractor could proceed with that shop drawing process. And those are,
Is that a typical length?
those
of
are
time to answer
answers
those kind of
we,
questions?
sorry, what was,
Is that a typical length of time? It seemed like 2.5 months to answer those simple questions.
I'd say historically that's longer than normal.
So was it a response time from the design team? Was it a response time from the contractor? What was it? From
Ultimately,
the subcontractor?
yeah, so ultimately it's, the answers to those questions lies with the designer.
Okay. So again, I asked the question, why should the city be paying? I understand we have a contract with Story Construction. but
Yep.
It's very disappointing to me that there is this tremendous lag time, and I'm sure it affected everybody else like a stack of a column of dominoes.
Yep.
Another question I have is, what was the contractual completion date when it says we're going from 18 to 25 months? When was the completion date for your contract, and what is this extending it to?
Yeah.
Because it's.
So I
heard Keith say that we're looking at the 13th, February 13th, for the natatorium completion. That's substantial completion, but that you may have punch lists, and you're not going to necessarily be leaving the site at that point. So what does that 5-month extension take us to?
Yep. So maybe I'll provide some bigger perspective here. Getting to the question of contractual completion. So the bid package, when it first originally bid in January of 2024, construction completion date was October 15th. There was one bid package that needed to be rebid. That was rebid in February of 2024. That was the concrete and steel package. That is the critical path of the project. So that is 4 to 5 week delay, move that completion date from October 15th to November 19th of 2025. And then the 14-week delay on precast, that would take that from November 19th to February 25th of 2026.
And your contract was through what date?
That I don't know. It's not typical to have a completion date on a CMA contract. I would have to go back and refresh my memory on that, though.
If there's going to be a change order for 5 months,
Yeah.
there has to be some kind of a date that would be an ending date for an agreement, I would think.
Okay. So with CMA delivery, we see it oftentimes two different ways. One, occasionally some owners will ask for a lump sum proposal for CMA services. So what that does is puts schedule risk on the CMA. And we're going to price that differently because now we're responsible for, we just got more risk with that schedule. So that comes at a premium. Most of them, and this is how this project was delivered, was really on 3 aspects. One, we want a lump sum price for pre-construction services, so we did that. 2, we want a percentage of construction fee, and we did that. And then 3, we want an estimated number of hours and an hourly rate. And then construction manager, we want you to bill us for actual hours expended on it. And so that's what we've done. And so does that answer your question?
Yeah, somewhat. What does this change order cover? How much services are being provided? When do those services essentially have you exhausted?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to anticipate.
Yep.
You don't want another change order and another change order. Trying to get a realistic picture of what the final cost of the project's going to be.
Yeah. So it varies by position. So for me, I've got time out into May.
Okay.
Assistant project manager out through April. Superintendent out through March. So there's a sunsetting of personnel as we get into closeout. But this anticipates the current substantial completion date. It anticipates the fact that all of this turned into there's some work we just can't complete in the winter. We need springtime to come around so we can finish up some of the site work. So this change anticipates dealing with that stuff in the spring as well.
So we're really into some pretty serious details, and we have a proposal to approve this. Keith, you've had a chance to hear this discussion. Do you feel like council has enough information? Are you prepared to make a recommendation to us on the proposed change order, or do we need additional information? Do the staff and maybe the mayor need to visit further? Again, I'm not trying to discourage this dialogue, but it seems like to have the kind of thorough review of this, is this the right setting for that? And so if we're ready to make a vote on this and go forward, that's great. If we need to do it right and push this back a bit, what's your recommendation to council on this?
Yeah. Well, the recommendation is to go with alternative one, which includes approving change order number 2. So we have had, the conversation with this. I think Troy did a nice job of describing what the contract says, especially here at the end, that the contract does say, and we knew going into this that towards the end of the project, there was going to have to be some reconciliation or some type of squaring up, whatever term you want to use, for construction services. Now, obviously, if this would have been done in 18 months, we wouldn't be here, obviously. But there's not a lot of projects. When we talk to people, a lot of projects wind up going, a little bit long, or depending on it. And there's a number of things here. So with it, right now, we are holding payment from Story Construction because we don't have enough money on the purchase order. So we need to pay within a certain amount of time, and with the current invoice that we have, we're already past that time. They're understanding of it. They're not asking for a percentage on top, and I don't remember what the contract says. So I think we have had a number of conversations regarding this. And to answer your question, staff would recommend approving the change order. Now, if there are things that council, in the frustrations that I'm hearing from council and the questions that I'm hearing from council, these guys could probably, tell you it's the same questions that I've been asking as well. So right now, I guess, yeah, recommend approving. That's what we would recommend at this point. Now, if there is something that you want further, by all means, we can get additional things. And if you want to staff to take a look and to the mayor's question, should the city pay for it? If you want us to look further into that, we could always come back at another time and say, hey, yes, you did approve the change order, but we've looked at it further. Here are some things to maybe consider with it. But right now, we don't have all that information.
I make a motion.
So I don't want to rush it. I mean, if you have additional
Nope,
questions,
nope.
this is sort of an advantage for how many
Yep.
cities have someone with your background to help us make good decisions on this. And so,
I have the answer. The questions were answered that I asked or had in mind.
okay, I'll go ahead and move alternative in it. Just to clarify on this, is it alternative 1? Yeah, alternative 1.
Yep. I mean, there's 2 components. It accepts the report, the monthly report or a monthly update, and then 2 approves the change order for Story Construction.
I'll second.
Move seconded. Roll call.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right, move on. Item number 23. Hi, Amelia.
Item 23 is an amendment to our option agreement for the purchase of the city-owned surplus land at Harrison and Welbeck. So the current agreement requires that they receive entitlements by the end of the year. So final plating would be the last entitlement to receive. And we have a preliminary plat and rezoning that will be heard in January. Final plat will be forthcoming in February. So we've amended or presented an amended agreement to extend this option till the end of February. And the developer is agreeable, and I have the signed agreement with the clerk.
Thank you. Questions? All right. Open a public comment. Does anyone who wants to address council on this topic tonight? Seeing and hearing none, close public input. Is there a motion?
Move alternative one.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
All right, move on to number 24, hearing on lease of a city property located east of 731 Billy Sunday. Is there a motion to continue public hearing to January 13th, 2026?
So moved?
Second.
Hey, could we
Why-
can
yeah.
we clarify?
Oh.
We've pushed this back multiple
Yes,
times.
There's a motion and a
And
second.
a second.
Go ahead. Questions?
So we've had this come up for multiple motions for continuation. We haven't given a reason why we've done this. Could we just, I don't know why.
Thank you. Yeah, good. And how long do we expect it to go on?
Yeah. Obviously, when this was initially set, we didn't anticipate that this would need to be continued as often as it has. We're waiting on resolving one issue related to some tree removals in order to facilitate the installation of the billboard. And we need to work out the language in the contract that explains who's going to pay for that. So we would like to place that obligation on the billboard developer, but we need to get that, have a meeting of the minds to get that incorporated into the agreement. And we just haven't been able to resolve that just yet.
So by continuing this, are we helping things or hurting things? In other words, if we just say, look, we're going to do this hearing on the 13th, and ready or not, we're going to do this. Does that help us or hurt us from a city perspective?
I think it facilitates getting it done. We have a meeting with the billboard developer tomorrow to get this finally hammered out and resolved.
So I just, sometimes I'm not sure we're helping things by kicking the can down the road. So I'll vote to support this continuation, but this will be the last time I vote to support a continuation.
I understand.
Yep.
Any other questions for Brian? Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thanks, Brian. All right, item 25, hearing on rezoning of property at 200, 204, 210, 214, and 200, 220 Southeast 2nd and 210 Sumner Avenue. Good evening, Justin.
Thank you. All right, so the rezoning request with master plan is being done by KHDB Enterprises, and this is on behalf of Overflow Thrift, who is the current owner of the property that you see there on the south side of Southeast 2nd Street, just to the east of Duff. Current zoning, as you read, is HOC. The proposal is to rezone this site to neighborhood commercial and have a master plan included with that. And so specifically with this particular site, it's 1.29 acres there. Some policy considerations with Ames Plan 2040, which we think need to be highlighted, are this particular site does sit in the obviously being in the highway-oriented commercial, it is in that land use zoning that currently expects for commercial, pure commercial retail, which I'll go to here. And that is that community commercial retail designation. However, there is an overlapping redirection sub area, which is applied to this site that Ames 2040 discusses a little bit. And so there's some policy considerations to be looked at when reviewing this sort of a request. In this particular case, you have primarily redirection area there to the north, which includes that mix of existing residential with some mixed low density business uses, I guess is the best way to term it. And then you've got South Duff right there to a block to the west, which has pure commercial there along it. So Ames 2040 looked at this area, and there is actually a concept mixed use project, which I'll scroll to here, that's highlighted there in Project C. And it is simply a concept that can be applied to this area. But when looked at with the redirection area, which runs along Southeast 2nd here, you sort of have an overlap in what you could consider as being supported. In this particular case, in this master plan, the applicant is proposing to do 3 stories, up to 30 units of residential with commercial on the ground floor, commercial and residential, and then 2 stories of residential on the 2nd and 3rd floor. So with that, and in looking at it, we felt as staff that we could support it. I'll get to the master plan here. With the master plan, there's a couple of things that we looked at that we felt were appropriate, being a neighborhood commercial site. And since neighborhood commercial has a mixed use nature to it, it's important with the master plan to be able to provide a guidance on how much commercial space is expected so that you still have that commercial retail component with it. And then secondly, providing the appropriate parking with that in addition to the residential required amount. So as staff, we felt like we could justify supporting this, and we would draft a zoning agreement with the developer prior to 3rd reading. So I can take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions?
One of the challenges we have on these kinds of proposals is that we don't have any kind of organization representing South Duff business owners as we would on the downtown situation. So it's very difficult for us to sort of superimpose our perspective on that. But I am curious, is there any kind of effort to try to seek input from the South Duff commercial property owners in that area to see if they have a perspective on this?
So when we sent out our notice, and we did a 400-foot radius notice from the boundaries of the site, which extended over to Duff and then also a ways to the north and obviously to the south. So we did the standard noticing, the 400 feet with this. We did not send out any additional notice to the broader area beyond that.
So really the community doesn't have a sense. 400 feet is not very far from where this is located. And I don't know, as a council, we've really had any kind of conversation about how development will happen east of Duff. And so this is a new project. I'm excited. I mean, it's bare ground now. And so I'm excited to see development take place. But it seems like we should have a conversation about the breadth of this rather than making this sort of, and I feel like we're making this in isolation. I guess that's my concern. Could you speak to that issue of how this fits into the broader area? You spoke to it a little bit, but I still feel like we're sort of doing this in isolation.
Well, I think what you have, at least to help guide you, going back to the land use plan, is you have the concept for this area that envisions some mid-density, medium-density mixed-use projects, and it visualizes the area as one that would or could be expected to undergo some change. So prior to this, or up to now, there is a mix of lower density residential and commercial. So you already have kind of a mixed component to the neighborhood, especially to the north and west. So you've got that mixed nature already there. Now this would obviously be somewhat more dense as a medium density project. So you do have your land use plan, your comprehensive plan that you adopted in the last few years that does contemplate something like this could be built here. So again, that's probably the best thing that you have as far as your policy at this point to guide you and to make that decision of whether it's appropriate or not. Historically, the commercial designation came about. There were residences on this property many, many years ago that have long since been torn down. And then again, as we've stated, the businesses that are in the area kind of intermixed with the housing, it does create kind of a mixed component to the nature of the neighborhood.
So I have two final things. One is I want to think about infrastructure and accessibility to this area. But secondly, could you pull up a map, and maybe you have one that I'm not sure everyone's really tracking with where this is and the surrounding properties.
You bet. Yeah. So just to give you a little perspective here, hopefully this is clearer without any shading on it. You've got Target down here to the southeast. You can see it there. The property here is about roughly a block to the north of that. So you've got McDonald's and Dollar Tree over here, Duff Avenue. So this is pretty solid commercial. Chick-fil-A here on the corner. And then right off of the map on this one, you've got East Lincoln Way. So, and then some scattered homes here to the kind of the north and northeast, and then some businesses along Lincoln Way. So this is that area south of East Lincoln Way, east of Duff, and then north of Target, just to give some broader perspective to it.
And thank you for contextualizing this. So from an infrastructure perspective, in terms of access, we all have discussed here many times, South Duff is horrible for bike safety. And so how would we think about perhaps envisioning our multi-use philosophy to accessing this property? And also, could you highlight the bus lines?
I don't know that I have the bus lines immediately available. I do know there is Cyride access, excuse me, not far to the, I believe to the west and possibly to the north. You've got Duff to the west. So obviously Cyride runs up and down that. And then I do believe there is a line that extends east of that along East Lincoln Way. There is not anything along Southeast 2nd. As far as connectivity, otherwise, as far as pedestrian connectivity, the project will require sidewalk construction along Southeast 2nd with the development of the site. And that will connect across the street here at the corner of Sumner and High to the north to provide that pedestrian access. Without being able to directly visualize it, I think you're probably within at least 1 to 2 blocks of a Cyride stop in this area generally.
And there's a Cyride stop right in front of the Chick-fil-A on the
Right. And this would be rental property, any owner occupied?
I believe, and the developer can speak more to that. I believe the intention is to have them be a rental property, and they can speak more to those details.
Well, we certainly have a lot of businesses on South Duff but there's not a lot of housing nearby. So there may be people who work in that area that would find this housing very helpful.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I had.
Other questions?
I just had a question about traffic as well. Can you remind us about High Avenue? Is there a plan to bring that down to South 3rd?
To Southeast 3rd?
Yeah.
At this point, a traffic engineer and I did have a brief discussion about that. There's no immediate plans or no plans to do that really. For that to occur, there's a business down here just to the south.
Sure.
I believe they would need to dedicate some additional right of way from roughly about that point there where the mouse is down to the south. So yeah, no immediate or midterm plans to do that.
Other questions?
So this has already been combined into one parcel, right?
That's correct. It has, yes.
Do we know if the purchase of the property is contingent on our rezoning?
I don't know the details of that between the applicant and the owner. I believe they are both here tonight, so they could speak to that.
The agenda item says 210 Sumner Avenue. Can you point out which piece of property is 210?
Sure. So this one right here, this farthest west piece, actually this is former right-of-way for Sumner that many years ago was vacated. So believe that's the piece that is picking up on Sumner.
Just not very often you see a dead end or T intersection at
Right.
something. And did you show the attachment E when you were going through your presentation? I might have missed it.
I think I did. I'll go to that here though again, so you can see that. That's that East Lincoln Way sub
Yeah, it's
area.
just- can you point out where this project
Sure.
is located on that?
So specifically here, just zoom in a little bit more. So this area here where you see the project C, and then there's the kind of the red box here, that is the south side of 2nd Street, Southeast 2nd. So that is this particular site with the mixed use project envisioned.
So the beauty of having this 2040 plan, this really kind of fits in with what was council looked at previously in terms of subdevelopment, right? In terms of how, and I think it says 72 units on the chart is which would be a pretty tall structure essentially, but.
Yeah, this sub area redirection plan being in your land use plan gives you the ability to at least reference that and to be able to make a policy decision.
And the last question I have on their site plan, I didn't quite follow what all the hatched rectangles and stuff. Can you kind of just outline what they're?
Sure. On their master plan, let me scroll back up
Yeah,
to that here quick.
Is it an L-shaped building or a T-shaped building or what is?
So what you're looking at there generally, and at this point where they're at with just rezoning, they've got this darker gray here. It's generally rectangular. It does have a little notch here where it comes out to the north. So it is more of an east to west with an orientation to Southeast 2nd Street. And then you've got the parking to the south and to the west of the building with the entry here with the Sumner Avenue intersection.
So what is the other crosshatched on the left-hand side of the building?
Sure. This is some concept. It's just showing there's some existing easement there that they're acknowledging and that goes into, there's some utilities that run under there. They've got some extra information here on the master plan that just kind of shows some additional details of the site and some other things that are going on.
So that rectangle goes south of their property line though. So I was confused with what they're trying to show there.
Sure. So yeah, that's probably, a little extra information that is absolutely necessary, but that's part of that easement going to the south. And then it runs down here south of their property a little ways.
Okay. Any questions? Other questions? All right. Open up public comment. Does anyone want to address council on this topic tonight? If they are, you're welcome to come to the podium. If you would state your name and relationship to the project, if any, and then you maybe make your comment.
Hi, I'm Kevin Heiss. I actually sit on city council in a small town in Iowa, so I know what you guys get to do, not on a big scale, but smaller scale. We've seen, just by background, I've been around construction pretty much my whole life. One of the integration things that we've seen success with in other communities is a mixed use type building. We've built one in North Sioux City, South Dakota. We're in the process of building one in Orange City, Iowa. And what we've seen is just integration with housing, with the businesses, and providing some additional opportunities. This is twofold for me. I own a technology company. It's called Riverside Technologies. We have about 350 employees. And so one of the goals of getting in the Ames community, and I have 2 kids at Iowa State, what we found is a huge opportunity here to make some inroads into the community. And we're looking to partner with the college on some internships, bring a part of our business here as part of this project. Now, as we get into the final design phases, and if it works with this property on the commercial side, I'm not committing to that today. But what I am telling you is we're going to invest in this community at some point, and hopefully it's with this building. We're also, just a little background, we own restaurants in other communities, and we're looking at some potential restaurants in this community as well. We felt this being off of the beaten path a little bit because the thrift store, as you know, or may not know, but it sits in front of this property. If we owned the thrift store, it may be a different conversation about what type of building would work here. And so we felt like some businesses might be interested in this property, or we may be interested in this property for office space and some other things. We didn't feel like a restaurant would work really well here because of traffic and because of the way you get off of the main road. So I've looked at several other properties in town, and we just felt like with this property, the way it lays, it's also not perfectly flat, and we feel like we can add to this area and add some opportunities for housing as well as some of the businesses. So that was the perspective behind it. I'll answer any questions you might have about the design or what we've done in the past.
Well, thank you for investing in Ames, and we thank you for sending your kids to Iowa State. So, questions? Any questions for the applicant?
Oh, well, I guess I'll ask you, is the rezoning required for you to purchase the property?
I believe it is. That's not, I'm supposed to close on the property potentially next week. I have the option to extend that. The rezoning is a part of that because we feel like the way the property lays and what we can do with it, we can't just build an existing commercial property and make the math work the way that we would need to for the investment. So we may still purchase it outside of that, but this is a really important factor to purchasing that.
And I echo the mayor's thanks for coming here. Any owner occupied, or would this be all rental?
So we work with employees pretty well in terms of our mixed use. Just to give you an example, when we did North Sioux City, 8 of the 10 units are employees that are living in that housing. So the housing becomes a part of employee acquiring employees, helping students, getting them along the way in the path. So is it designated people that will be in there? It'll be both. I will also say, when we put this building up structurally and the design of the building, it will not look like a traditional apartment complex. We will make the building look nice. The finishings that we do inside the building will be higher end than what most rental property is. And I could show you many examples of that with property we've built in other cities. And we feel like when we build property and we put property in communities, it's something we would live in. And that's how we approach the process.
And my view is not contingent, my vote's not contingent on, it's just, I'm very anxious to get more owner occupied options
Yes.
for our residents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments?
I don't think so. Thank you for coming.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anybody else? All right, close public input. Any closing questions or comments? Otherwise, I entertain a motion.
It's a great opportunity to do an infill project. I think we kick the tires and appreciate staff helping us sort of think through it's a pretty unique type of project, really. And so it looks like a great opportunity for some infill.
I would move alternative 1.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Move on to item number 26, rezoning part of property located at Iowa State Research Park.
Hello. So this is a rezoning of a 15 approximate acre area that's hatched on your screen. So it's not the full parcel. The surrounding land that's designated ISU Research Park owned land on the map is not yet annexed, but is owned by the research park. And so what you'll see on the master plan that accompanies this rezoning is that land is included so that it's kind of illustrative of how that area could be developed cohesively in terms of connectivity with roads. Staff looked at infrastructure concepts to make sure things could be served. And so the master plan isn't binding that accompanies this rezoning. And in fact, on the master plan, you'll see there's no actual easements or other for the road or other dedications required. So council is accepting the master plan. We're not requiring a separate zoning agreement to implement any requirements of it tonight. And so mainly besides master plan, what this is accomplishing is rezoning just that portion of the recently annexed land to a research park industrial to facilitate development with agricultural testing facility. So the remaining 20 acres will continue to be zoned agricultural and in agricultural production. Because of that, they chose not to include them in the request for the rezoning. They could be rezoned in the future, and they could be rezoned at this time if city council preferred that. But because they will be doing a subdivision plat to match that rezoning area to create a new parcel, so just the research park industrial area will be 1 or 2 lots, and the area that remains agricultural will be a separate lot. Staff supports the rezoning request that split zones the property. So we are recommending alternative 1, which does include acceptance of the master plan. Again, no zoning agreement separately is required, and the condition that the subdivision plat is filed to match the boundary of the rezoning area. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Amelia. Questions?
This area's been fairly static. And then we've now had a number of pretty significant projects there, and it's been very exciting to go out and see those projects develop. Does the research park have a broader master plan for this? My only concern, and I'm supportive of this, my only concern is that we think about this development from a macro level of this larger property. has the research park got something like that?
So I think part of this master plan process, staff for the larger 150 acre area that's shown in blue on your screen did review how lots could front on this road that's being extended through, and the extension of 260th, as well as served by sewer and water. And this certainly isn't binding, but we did review, how this area could develop.
Well, I just want to make sure we're thinking long-term. So how we deploy utilities and how we think through this. I don't want to look back 10 years and say, oh, we made this decision without thinking about the larger project. And so one more take at that. You feel like we're able to think through this piece without understanding the whole?
Yeah, I think we used the master plan at the attempt to look at the broader picture. It's just that we can't, because the land isn't annexed, we don't have ability to bind them to any improvements or otherwise on the larger area.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Other questions? All right, declare the public hearing on this item to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this topic?
Hello, my name's Kyle Clark. The little part that's outlined around blue is my house. We talked about it when they were trying to annex it. I'm not totally against what they're trying to do here. I just want to know what it's going to mean for me and my family. Our thoughts were when we bought this was it would be handed down throughout our family. My son would live there eventually. I do realize when Iowa State does something, they do a really nice job. It isn't halfway done. It's usually park-like. But with me being county, them being city, I don't know what setback rules they're going to have. I don't know what height restrictions they're going to have. I pretty much know kind of what they're thinking they're going to build there. They've kind of talked to me a little bit, but I don't know how it's going to affect our lives, our lifestyle, what it means when they do the rest of this. They talk about a master plan. I don't completely understand all that stuff, but it'd be kind of nice to know what they're thinking on the overall than to just bit and piece this all together. We have discussed trying to purchasing my property. Couldn't come together on anything yet. But it kind of concerns me that we're doing a rezoning without really knowing exactly what we're doing, if that makes any sense at all. They say they've got plans, but yet there's no plans.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Anybody else? All right, close public hearing. Amelia, do you have any, when they talk about setbacks or heights, maybe any kind of some
Sure.
feedback, or do
So-
you have any idea? I know that I don't believe the project is public at this point in time, so maybe.
Yeah, so with the rezoning, typically that's the first step before we'd see, a preliminary plat that might have more information on buildings with the stormwater plan and that kind of thing, or a site plan. I think Mr. Clark is correct. This is, if his property was zoned residentially and located in the city, we would have an additional setback built in. But we don't have additional buffer yard requirements or screening requirements from county properties when they are adjacent to city. And so there is a 10-foot side setback and 10-foot rear setback required in the research park industrial area, and the maximum height is 100 feet. I don't believe they will be getting close to the 100 feet, but that's what the code dictates.
But he knew that when he bought the property. I mean, that was baked into his decision to purchase that ground. I mean, that's not a question for you. That's a statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions? All right, is there a motion?
Move alternative one.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item 27, staff report regarding developers' request for housing incentives.
Good evening, Council. We were here about a week ago discussing a staff report related to 5 development project requests and different levels of financial assistance with different funding sources. At that meeting, you asked for it to be moved forward to this agenda for some more discussion. And then we also added to the report one item, which is a discussion of whether you would be interested in pursuing potentially a partnership on doing a roundabout corridor project at the intersection of Cameron School Road and GW Carver. I can go through that staff report in more detail for you. I'm not sure where you want to go tonight with that. But that one relates to the combination of Greenbrier and the Dank Bar project in terms of kind of substituting the GW Carver intersection improvements that are described as independent project improvements. If the city took it over as a corridor project, then we would do them at one time and combine different funding sources in different ways to look to do that project. But we also would need to look for partner funding to make it cost neutral to the city. So really, I think it's being turned back over to the city council to understand any more questions you have about the options we went through. And again, to talk about the roundabout option, if that is of interest to you.
Kelly, I have a question for you related to the staff comments bullet items.
Okay.
The second to last bullet item highlights some pioneer projects that could be prioritized sooner rather than later, including the sewer slip lining and the east-west sewer projects. But right now, those are embedded into options 1, 2, and 3, right?
They are. Yes.
So how easy is it to pull them out of those options. That seems like it might not be as easy as it looks like it should be based on the bullet point.
I think when we wrote that bullet, I think our thought was there was a lot of different asks on the table. These are 3 concrete projects that are all shown as option 1 projects. So even at the lowest level of assistance, these were included in that. So they were pretty clearly defined. We thought our Public Works Department, if they were prioritized by council, could be started. And if there was more discussion, more negotiation that had to happen to realize some of the other types of improvements, this would be something that could be started now while working towards a different goal if there wasn't direction on exactly how to address all of the requests.
Okay, I appreciate that. Oh, and I also appreciate having heard from the developers in the last couple of days to provide some additional information for us. It was very helpful.
What's the format of going through this? Do we
Um,
go project by project? Do we?
Yeah, I want, that would be the case. And I would say that I would echo, appreciate the developers sending their, communication. I would just present to council or suggest to council that, for example, the communication that came from Mr. Arneson regarding the Domine clearly identified the, if option, in that case, I think it was option 3, where, we're approved that he would go and proceed with specific developments and gave some ideas of quantities. We understand it's not an absolute, there's financial, there's economy things that might, flare up. Heaven forbid, COVID 2.0, whatever. But the point is that that I think that, and I asked him, would he be willing to memorialize that just in a simple letter of intent or just an agreement? And he indicated yes. I think that given the fact that there's a desire to trust and work together with developers, I think it's also for the community to see that there's what is being proposed in exchange for the next 3 years. And I do appreciate, I think that one came in, pretty late this afternoon. I just had a chance to, glance through it. 2 others came in today also. I guess one of the questions I had for staff would be is how do those align with the, the options?
I had a chance to look at it.
So, and I know that we're anxious to get going. But for example, it seemed like the Domine one is a pretty clear cut, it's a street extension. The other ones, there seems to be some, you want to get some congruence and, agreement on those to try and keep moving. But so I would just suggest, taking it at a project by project basis.
And I mean, I understand what you mean about, we kind of want to show what we're getting for this, but I guess I am maybe a little worried that not every project can commit as officially maybe, right, to, but it doesn't mean that they're not worthy of pursuing.
Yeah, and I think it's easier for perhaps smaller projects to make commitments than for
a
big swaths of land. And
I wouldn't disagree, but I think it's also just it doesn't hurt to ask.
I mean, where do we start?
so what are we doing?
Yeah, which one do we want to, start with just going through the staff report order? Or?
Sure. So the first one's Domine. Damani, sorry. I wasn't very good in phonics or pronunciation.
It's like a different language.
So for Damani, just kind of help you out. Remember, option one was a very basic assumption of oversizing policy, only 25%. If you looked at Cottonwood as a pioneer project, as we discussed last week, once you start to classify something as pioneer, generally you would assume a higher participation in cost by the city. So what is that amount? We showed an option 2 at 50% and option 3 at 100%. To do that, about 3/4 of the street has no housing on it, and about 1/4 to 1/3 has some houses that directly front on it. What you're describing in terms of commitments are Cottonwood is an intersection that has to be built for the extension of Green Hills Drive to exist, which is where the majority of the remaining lots would then occur. So it's the next step to continue that project.
Can I just, I don't know, I was thinking about just jumping ahead too. Like, I'm all right with option 3 on all of them. And is that, I mean, not to force council to say so, but I just hate to discuss every single one.
If we know where we're going.
Yeah. So
So
that's,
I think that, so these were, there's a little bit of obviously there's a lot of detail that has to happen to actually implement these options. I think that's something that we need to understand as staff. At different times, we've had different impressions about what the financial need is for the project. So we need to understand if there are any expectations in terms of timing. If you say, let's just say you said, I want to do option 3 for everything. Does that mean that deal is being done this spring? Or does that have some kind of longer time limit for someone to figure out if they're doing a project? Even if you don't ask for a promise to build 1,000 units, we need to understand kind of what the next step is. And generically, we said, well, there would have to be some agreements about development agreements to either relieve subdivision requirements, like we'll just use Damani. That current development agreement says the developer has to build that road. So we'd have to go back, do a development agreement amendment to remove that obligation and put it on the city. There's a timing component in each of these. I think we tried to lay out a method to do it. I think we need to have a little more understanding of how you want us to proceed, because there is some flexibility here in how things are done. We tried to, this sheet doesn't show it, but we did show you like a 3-year CIP to kind of understand, like if Damani is a good example, it was shown as GeoBond funded 100% if you pick option 3. And that was shown at being 2 years out because we don't have GeoBond money necessarily available immediately to do that project. So you have to look at that 3-year CIP. Like, I'll bring that page up too. It's one of the attachments. You got to think about that, I think, to kind of appreciate where this all layers together. Certain things can be sooner and certain things can be later. But I just want to make sure that's understood by a council, is that it doesn't all start in 26. The budget is set up that way.
when wouldn't we be directing staff to work on those things, right? And I mean,
Yeah.
Right, but that changes the conversation a little bit though, because we know some projects are slated to start or would like to start in spring of 26, right?
sure.
And if we've been looking at this 3-year time period of how many units are we going to get in 3 years? If we're saying we're pushing things back into the 3rd year or whatever, that delays what our expectations are.
I don't think Kelly's saying push back. We gave you a schedule.
Yeah, so I put this
We
up
have
on
the
the
schedule. We're
board,
not
or-
changing what we
Yeah,
already.
up on the
Okay.
screen. Yeah, we're not saying anything different than
I
this.
got
I
you.
just
No,
wanted
no,
to
no.
remind
I
everybody.
thought,
I
okay,
want to remind you,
slide's
it's not
pretty
going to all
important.
happen the first year.
This
Got it.
one's pretty important about actually how to implement
okay.
any of the options. This is option 3. So this is if you chose that,
Right.
how that works
Okay.
exactly.
The only, the only clarification we might want to have on option 3 for everyone, we need a little clarification because in our discussions, I thought on Auburn Trails, we had option 2 would satisfy it, right? The developers, that was our discussion.
I think prior to last week, that was our understanding from the Hunziker companies that option 2
Yeah,
funding.
so going
was
to option 3,
satisfactory.
probably, I don't understand that. And then option on Dank Bar, going to option 3, it's predicated on us able to have signed development agreements, right? A minimum assessment agreements that can yield $1 million in 10 years. Remember that?
With the TIF?
Yeah, with
Yeah.
TIF. Remember?
I have a question about the TIF. Are we able to use the senior living facility as part of the TIF?
So if you add a residential project, it becomes a residential TIF, and it's going to be LMI on the full cost of the improvement. So yes, it appears that you could, because we need to verify that the improvement serves the residential project. I think it will.
Okay.
I don't know that for sure, but if it does, then I believe it's eligible for residential TIF.
Okay.
But essentially take whatever you think the project is and double it then for the LMI cost.
Right.
So if it's $1 million project, it's now $2 million of TIF.
Right.
If it's commercial, you don't have that LMI component.
Well, Rachel, did you have a question?
Yeah. Has this timeline been like reviewed with all of the developers and approved, like that this would fit with their projects?
Other than it was available last week, we've met prior to that. We met with different developers at different times. I don't think we necessarily walked through this table after. No one has met with me to talk about this table since we produced it last week.
Okay. I'm just curious if like any of the year 2 or year 3 would have impacts on the projects wanting to get started earlier or anything like that.
I mean, that's probably a tricky balance. Like, I'm sure everyone would like everything now,
Right.
but we can't produce
and
everything now
That's
either.
why
Yeah.
we
So
laid out.
here's kind of my thoughts on that is I think then we should prioritize things that we can do immediately, like some of the pioneer infrastructure projects that will open up, 100 lots immediately, and then look at potentially funding some of those after the initial like prioritization of funds.
So if you look at this chart, year 1 funding is almost 100% ARPA. So we didn't hit other city funding sources until year 2. That was mostly on purpose because of next year's CIP being pretty much programmed already for most utility funds and road funds and all of that. But that's what we would need to understand, because if there is a tweak anywhere, it does kind of have a ripple effect. Like, yeah, we could reassign and we can flip flop certain things as long as it balances at the end. It's a little hard to really kind of front load it all to year 1 probably.
So I concur with Bronwyn's sentiment. We had a very robust conversation last time. I was ready to go forward with this last time because I thought there was consensus around the dais. But could you clarify, there've been a couple comments I want to make sure we nail down. Have there been any substantive conversations with developers since the last meeting that would affect the way that we're viewing these proposals? I just want to make sure
I think
everyone's
you've
on the
all
same page.
received communications, emails from developers, correct?
We did,
Right.
yeah.
Yes, I had probably all of those forwarded to me this afternoon. I have not personally talked to anyone other than Kurt and Luke about the Dank Bar project, which I talked to this afternoon.
So from a staff perspective, what I'm trying to tease out is, do we have the pieces that we need as a council to move forward on voting and to approve these? Is there anything that you have, Steve, or anyone, John, that would be red flags or things, yellow flags we want to consider?
I mean, we put notes and caveats in all of these assumptions. So if you're agreeing with every note and assumption we put in there, I don't know that we have anything else to add.
Okay. Can I want to chase.
I don't know how else to answer that, Steve. Like,
Again, we laid out what we thought was a 3-year plan to maximize the number of houses and also be aware of the impact it would have on the citizens of Ames. So I think we've laid out a good schedule for us.
I want to chase a line that the mayor has raised about creating a sense of shared expectations. You mentioned the development agreement tool. So that's a fairly standard document. Is this something that is new or something that would have been expected in your conversations with the developers?
I think even Damani has a fairly minor development agreement, but Kurt and Luke for Dank Bar have always had a development agreement because of different infrastructure obligations and different things from the day it was annexed. Hayden's Preserve has had development agreement from day 1, from when it was annexed.
Right.
It has a pre-annexation agreement. Auburn Trail has a pre-annexation agreement as well as a master plan that's already approved that has some details in it. Greenbrier is the only one that has nothing because we chose at the time of annexation to defer any discussion of a development agreement until the rezoning application was submitted and you had worked through some of these incentive requests.
So, I mean, I agree with the mayor that it seems reasonable, given the nature of these investments, to simply clarify the plans. I mean, these are things that we're not imposing on them. These are things that they're just putting in writing their plans for the property, and development agreements change, certainly. But I'm just trying to understand, we didn't talk about that in our prior meeting. Would there, I guess, to point it clearly, would there be an expectation from staff perspective that there would be development agreements with these different projects?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And they'll all be custom.
Okay.
In the original staff report where you had the estimated number of units in the first 3 years,
Mhm.
didn't we get that? Did we make that information up, or are we getting it based on?
I did that. So that bottom table 2 is what
Right.
you're referring to. So I took their requests originally were for full build out, everything you need to build out each project is how we took that information.
Right.
I broke apart the requests that they made by their topics and sorted into things that really had to happen at the beginning for any phase to happen. And that's what I focused on as those first 3-year costs, or things that had to be done no matter what. And then we kind of looked at what is the realistic yield in any one year.
Yeah.
And that's where I came up with that. And we've had different inputs of potentially 80 homes a year with local resources, and
Right.
maybe more if other development resources are brought to town.
Okay.
Those are
other
my
piece-
estimates, just my estimates.
Would it be helpful? Oh, sorry.
Here you go.
So just following that thread, would it be helpful to get that information from the developers as part of your consideration, or that's not helpful to you for our decision-making at this point?
I guess you never tasked us with like an effectiveness or an efficacy measure of units produced to dollars spent. I think the dollars spent in option 3 are the same for year 3, whether we can generate 325 units or 378 units. Unless you're going to add some kind of measure per unit to the matrix, I don't think it's going to change that. I think the projects and the costs will stay the same.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was going to change the subject anyway to the corridor improvement question. If we do pursue that and say we're interested in at least pursuing the concept of a roundabout, that seemed pretty time sensitive and a lot of pieces have to fall in place. But remind us, how does that change option 3?
It matters quite a bit. So in option 3, it was different than option 2 in relation to Dank Bar for the most part. So if you recall, Dank Bar has a commercial component and a residential component on that corner. In option 2, we described relying upon a minimum assessment agreement for the commercial only project. And we believed that maybe that would generate about $600,000 of commercial TIF over 10 years. In option 3, it was described as commercial TIF as a rebate to the developer. But staff believes that more commercial development on the remaining 2 lots would have to occur for there any likelihood of ever getting to $1 million of TIF.
Mhm.
So when we wrote the memo for the roundabout, we as staff said our goal was to be cost neutral. So I can bring up that chart that might be helpful to talk about. So our discussion was focused on this table. If you work through the whole memo, you get to this table of how do you make it cost neutral?
Right.
So for staff, we said, well, if the only thing we can count on is a $600,000 commercial TIF, then there's a gap in relation to the expected improvements. So we put it back on the developer essentially to cover anything that wasn't covered by the commercial TIF. So in option 3, it's described as a rebate to the developer. If you pick this, the city needs to get the funding, and that wasn't how option 3 was was created essentially. Because option 3 was the developer to get the money to go do their part of the project by itself.
And this mostly just affects the Dank Bar ask.
It relates to both projects. Financially, the distinction, it applies only to Dank Bar, because in Greenbrier, there's no commercial TIF
Sure.
identified to help fund the project, because I don't think Greenbrier can commit to any commercial TIF within the next 18-ish months when this project ideally would be started.
I see.
So you shows Dank Bar commercial TIF 600, Dank Bar developer 600. If option 3 is moved, how do those numbers change?
I'm not sure. We'll need to.
Would it be go Dank Bar commercial and residential TIF 1 million, Dank Bar developer 200,000?
And then you have to add another $1 million of TIF for LMI if you do that. So that's 4 million. So the project's still 3 million, but you're going to have $4 million of.
So you have to put $4 million. You have to put $1 million away for an LMI project somewhere.
Yeah, it's effectively 50 cents on the dollar for what you spent. So I think there's 2 ideas that I have that I'm going to talk to Luke and Kurt. You could choose to put residential TIF into the mix. That's possible. Just got to know you're going to generate the LMI in addition, so it delays those things actually being on the tax rolls. And then the other option is we have some window of time to maybe get more commitments to commercial development. If that can be done, and we can select, if this project moves forward as shown, there's a window of time to get to a minimum assessment agreement before council has to pull the trigger on actually starting the project, where maybe there is an increase in assumed commercial TIF, which then would reduce the developer's obligations. So let's say another $2 million of a commercial building came into the project. That'd be about $400,000 more of commercial TIF, if that could be available at the start of the project. So that gives you kind of an order of magnitude. If one more building would get built, it goes a long ways towards getting to that $1 million within 10 years without using residential TIF.
And there's no real numbers that have been run yet to show how long it would take to get that money accrued before that would go on the tax rolls and actually benefit the general fund. Is that correct?
Well, we're assuming it's 10 years. If that 600,000 will take 10 years.
But if you want the residential, and you gotta basically get 1.6 million out of it, right?
You need $2 million.
$2 million.
It's basically one for one. $1 for the project, $1 for LMI. It's a little bit different, but that's very easy math to do it that way. It would take. I've done some assumptions, but there's a lot of things happening at the legislature that could really change that. If you put residential in and there's no changes, it very easily pays off in less than 10 years. If the legislature starts to change the commercial tax rate, the rollback, that matters. If they remove school district levies from the TIF rate, that dramatically matters for residential projects. That was discussed in the last legislative session, but did not get adopted. So if those things happen, it's probably or maybe will be done. It's also going to depend on a minimum assessment agreement again. I would not move forward without a minimum assessment agreement if you're going to put residential TIF in on an assisted living facility.
And then what happens if Story County is unable, to participate, or I don't know how likely a state grant would be. Maybe it's very likely, but can you comment on those two? Because it looks like those are important aspects to make this project go forward.
Yeah, I think if in February the Board of Supervisors says it doesn't work for them financially, we will come back and you'll have, I think staff's recommendation would be to go back to the signalized intersection because it would be the original cost. If any one of these falls apart, then it's up to the partners to decide if they would proceed.
Also, the state grant's not assured either.
Right. So we'll have one if you follow what we propose, you'd have an indication by the end of February if there's any interest in the county to partner. If they agree to partner, they're also agreeing to help work on the preliminary engineering design work to be able to submit that application in the fall. So they would have some skin in the game from day one. We would pick up most of the preliminary engineering costs, but they would have a share of it.
And we'd work towards that together, joint application for a grant in the fall. And then by winter/spring, we would know if the state had given us that money. We'll have a preliminary estimate of the whole cost of the project before we even submit it for the state grant. So we'll really know if it's $3 million before we even submit for a state grant, at least as an engineering estimate. But there's a lot of things that need to happen, because if that's really going to happen, we believe, like, there is not a preliminary design that's important. We believe there's essential right of way to make it happen without affecting Dank Bar. There's some work on the Greenbrier side that has to get figured out on how Stang would extend over and connect, but Greenbrier's not doing anything immediately there, so there's time to work that out. But we definitely need to guarantee how that Dank Bar property fits with what's expected for a roundabout.
You said that there was no design been done, so would it affect the church property or the Irons property, or
Our traffic engineers believe, based on working assumptions of other roundabouts, it can be done essentially south of the boundaries of those properties.
Okay.
There's obviously lanes and stuff that have to come out,
Right.
but we don't really, we feel like it's shifted south in that intersection. It's not perfectly centered on the intersection. It can shift south.
So I want to chase this roundabout thing just a bit. So if we believe that this is the best interest of the project to do this as a roundabout, why in the world are we making this contingent on Story County participating in this? Why don't we do it ourselves? If we believe this is important, then we should do it. Do we not believe in the importance of it? I don't feel a need to partner with Story County on this. If we have their interest in partnership, that's great, but we should do projects that we believe in on ourselves.
There's 2 points to that. One, the project's being accelerated by over 10 years in the schedule because of development requests. If they weren't here asking for this, maybe in 2035, you would decide to use MPO funds on the project. You would be looking at it along with 10 other projects to decide if that's truly the priority of the city. So you're kind of artificially pushed this.
That's fair.
To the front of the line because you have development happening immediately adjacent to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening. There's a good reason to talk about it right now, not 2035. Secondly, if you're going to ask for a grant, part of the roundabout is in their jurisdiction. We can't apply for a grant without them because we can't put the whole project in our jurisdiction. So you need a partner at a minimum to agree to it. And again, generally a quarter of the project's in their jurisdiction. You've been on the MPO discussions. There seems to be a strong interest in roundabouts on the north side of Ames from people on the MPO board.
No, Linda loves this.
So then it seems like that would be a way to kind of advance this and make
She talks about roundabouts in every meeting.
Right. So again, you're putting a whole bunch of costs way forward into the city. Essentially, we don't have just a surplus of funds to throw at this project right now because we're using our ARPA funds for other things. And then it's being accelerated and we just don't have MPO funds to pay for it. So you're asking what taxpayer would want to be burdened completely with this? That would be the question, would you spend $1 million extra on this roundabout versus the other options?
I think first step is to ask.
Oh, I don't disagree. But the question is this going to paralyze us maybe we would spend $1 million. I mean, that's something we do up here. Do you have anything else? I have one more question on the Auburn Trail.
Go ahead and ask your question.
So I'm ready to move forward with Bronwyn's suggestion, but I'm trying to figure out, do we need option 3 for that? And maybe the developer wants to speak to that.
Well, the developer sent an email today saying that that's what they wanted. It was option 3. But what's confusing is that in the staff report from last week, unless there was some misunderstanding, developer recently commented option 2 would make the project viable with modified layout. So,
and I'll mention that's the same with Damani too, as they had previously indicated that option 2 would be sufficient to move forward. And then the request we got by email is option 3. So I think I would like to hear from applicants if something has changed in a week where only option 2 is able to move things forward. And that's also where like a letter of intent would help clear up some of these things, is if we do option 3, this is what the developers would commit to, or if we do option 2, this is how much less, or that sort of thing.
Before I open up public comment, so option 3 for, sorry. Dank bar, sorry. If option 3 is moved, what are the implications if option 3 is moved or option 2 is moved in terms of the way things move?
For Dank Bar?
For Dank Bar. Because Dank Bar,
I mean, option 2 and 3 for the developer doing their own work is just the monetary risk of whether the TIF gets generated or not. The wrinkle for Dank Bar is the roundabout, because we're asking, the city is asking for more assurance on commercial TIF being in existence to balance out that table. If you do the roundabout, then option 2 and 3 are commercial developer TIFs. They do the work, they get reimbursed based on development actually happening.
So is there additional conversation with Dank Bar and just a follow-up on this one item? Would that be beneficial to clarify things, or is
Follow up on what specifically?
Well, just on this option 2 or option 3 and the roundabout.
I mean, I think there's an option to work in parallel. We don't really have a lot of time. If council wants to do this, you really do have to work in parallel. And say this would be maybe our preference, but we need to work through whether the county's participating or not. I think there's time. I believe there's time for to gain understanding of this, if this is really a project or not, all the way through February before you have to commit to any kind of development agreement updates. I know by spring, Dank Bar is looking to final plat to make those 2 lots available. So you would want to be in a position of understanding who's doing what work, or at least generally how that's going to work before they final plat.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, public comment. Keith, do you want to comment? And Justin, go ahead. You stood up first. I think you heard the question.
Good evening, Council. Justin Dodge, Hunziker Companies, 105 South 16th Street. It was brought up about option 2 versus option 3. Very similar to Keith. If option 3 is selected, we would commit similar to Keith to where we'd bring on 50 lots in our first edition in 2026. I almost said 2016.
I wish, right?
Wow, you can
decade off.
You can go backwards. You're hired.
But anyway.
Can you help us help council understand what the $150,000 difference between 2 and 3, how that makes it happen quicker?
Yeah, and so it was my understanding that when Kelly and Steve laid out the different options, they were trying to keep things even across the board within those options. And so, yes, we would move forward with option 2. It would probably be 25 lots, something a little smaller, just to bring on the market, and basically not have so many that the bank is getting additional interest off of those outlay funds. So, like I said, leveraging additional funds from you guys would bring on even more lots, so that way we can sell more lots to more builders.
So, given what you just shared, are you willing to not ironclad guarantee, but just basically enter into some kind of a written, we're interested in doing this, or if this happens, this is what we're anticipating doing?
Yeah, I see no issue with that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. And by the way, thank you for your email. I know we had a short turnaround, only had 1 week, and again, to all the developers, do appreciate you taking time and doing it, and all of them that were being considered did respond. Do you have a question?
What,
Tim?
I want to dovetail with your point about the market conditions. So you can control what you can control. So you can control building out lots and creating opportunities for housing, but you can't create the market for those lots. So from your perspective, as you think about a development agreement, how do we create an expectation for the developer, but also build into it a recognition that there may be some market conditions that would affect the delivery of the housing? You think I'm hitting that question?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I had that question too.
And I'm not a lawyer, so, okay, make it in simple terms, what you're wanting me to,
Yeah, so you've reviewed development agreements in the past.
I have.
And so they provide what the city contributes to a project, and they create expectations of the improvements that the developer will do. Do you have any concerns that we could create a development agreement that would, in essence, so tie the hands of the developer where I think it's unfair because of market conditions? Am I giving you a little more on that?
Yep. And so my expectation based on earlier comments was it'd be a letter of intent that
Right.
this is what we're going to do, or this is what we're planning to do, but yet it doesn't have all the teeth,
Right.
and all the hooks of, clawbacks or something
Right,
else
right,
like
right.
that. But this is what our intent would be given what the city is putting in.
Yeah, that's fair. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you.
And that is correct. That's what my take from council was that we're not trying to say, let's reset. We're going to trust you. We're going to basically put a lot of money into this, but we think that the community has a right to understand, well, what's that going to incentivize in general terms, knowing that to Tim's point, you can't control the market. But the point is we have to have some kind of idea what we're trying to, shoot for. And to Kelly's estimates, are they, we're trying to hit that. That'd be fantastic. So,
And to Justin's point, we're not trying to get a clawback.
No.
If there aren't X number of houses with people
Right.
in the front yard, then we're not going to claw this money back.
Right.
Okay, this was helpful. Thank you.
do you have a question or not?
No, that's, yep.
I have one other question, and maybe you can answer this, Justin, maybe you can't. In looking at your email, the section about the Greenbrier,
Yes.
you've highlighted the most critical components, the three infrastructure items that at least two of which are part of the Pioneer infrastructure, and the traffic improvements, I'm assuming, is the roundabout
It is.
issue. So the uncertainty for the Greenbrier project
Mhm.
seems to be linked quite heavily to the RN4 zoning designation. So what does it take for us to give you more clarity so we can understand what's possible if we move to a third option for the Greenbrier?
Yeah. And so the uncertainty is RN4 isn't even in the code.
And that's what you want us to put in order to enable the clarity that's necessary to develop.
You tell me the rules of the game and I'll play the game. But I can't tell you
Wanted to be
all
sure I
this.
was reading
I
that
can't
right.
give you all the specifics of what, what things are going to make a project go when I don't know the rules of the game.
Okay, that's fair.
I wanted to be sure that I was actually understanding what you were saying, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and, as of, last week, we were talking about, well, maybe we take Columbus out, because of some of the traffic issues. And then all of a sudden we add on another access to the multifamily, onto George Washington Carver. And so a lot of moving parts there, even our connection points to the rest of the community, and then you guys also, I believe, referred a letter from Luke a week ago tonight, moving the commercial node where in the Ames 2040 plan, it had it in the middle of the farm to a more viable location on the northwest corner. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and we just don't have that clarity to add in all the specifics of exactly what we need to do to make it a viable project, or even what the rules are for that project.
I think that's helpful, and we'll ask Kelly first is some feedback on that after the public input.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keith?
Keith Arneson, 4114 Cochran Parkway. I'm here to talk about the Damani 1 request. My project might be the easiest one for you to wrap your head around because it's small. I do understand that the number of dollars attached to any of these requests are large. I get it. And I don't blame you for asking questions about 2 versus 3, but let me just back up the tape for a second and kind of talk to you about the way that I perceive the process to roll out. When I was invited into Steve's office and met with Kelly, I thought what we were doing, naively probably, but I thought what we were doing is we were brainstorming ideas as a team. I didn't know that I might be negotiating with adversaries, quite frankly. So when I mentioned things like the project might move forward with half the funding, that doesn't mean that I'm shovel ready. And because I think that's one of the requests that you're kind of making, are you shovel ready? Are you ready to go? Are you going to commit? The other thing is that we're up here talking about a development agreement. We're not talking about a building agreement. So in my case, for example, I'm going to go ahead and what did I do since that meeting? In addition, I picked up some additional land that I'm going to develop, and I tried to put that under my other request. I'm going to bring them both forward immediately. And as a developer, all we can do, I talked about the phone ringing last time I was up here, but all we can do is put the land out there, have it ready to go, have it buildable, make it available to other people, which in my case is slightly different than what I had anticipated. Make it available to other people, give customers the amount of choice that they can possibly have. And then we're the ones that have to negotiate whether or not we can make a profitable deal with a buyer or a builder that's going to put a home on that land. So our money goes out, when we make this commitment to you, we hope that buyers are going to buy them. We hope that builders are going to build them, but we're putting it out there. And in my case, what I said I'd do is bring in a second edition of lots slightly removed from my original request. I said that I would open it up to other builders, which is not my intent. And in addition to that, I would bring forward, I have 2 years of inventory right now that I have already spent money on and paying interest on every month. Now I'm talking about in order to accomplish this task, and I don't take this the wrong way. I sincerely appreciate what you're looking to do for us. But if I go ahead and spend that money and I bring an additional 11 lots into my EPCON community, well, I'm probably not going to absorb that many lots. I'm just assuming I'm not. So I'm going to sit on some lots, let my customers pick the best lots first, which is great. It's great for the customer. It does overdevelop to some extent what my original plan was for the area. But it's a fair question. I think, though, that going beyond that, I think that there is a little issue of equality on this. I don't know why some people get a pass on it, and some people, we feel like we're working very hard to accommodate requests and to explain the reasons why we want to do this. And it feels like maybe not everyone has that same obligation. So again, I sincerely appreciate what you've done on tax abatement. We all appreciate what you're looking at here. This is historic. We get it. But I do think that level 3 in this particular time in the environment that we're in is appropriate. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions.
When you say level 3, you mean option 3?
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. Good points. Thank you. Kurt?
Hi, everybody. Kurt Friedrich, 106th Street. I think it's important just to start with saying how much we appreciate that we're having this discussion again. Thank you for seeing the need to stimulate housing and for having the courage to do something about it. This is a big deal, and we greatly appreciate your partnership in making this happen. We are advocating, and I'm here speaking for the Bluffs specifically. You'd received the memo from Luke and myself here earlier today, and I think that outlined our position quite well. We are advocating for option 3, the TIF for $1 million on the commercial area. And like Amber had asked about, we would encourage you to think about possibly broadening the application of the TIF to include the Dover lot, because even TIF is a great tool, but the way the TIF works is we still have to deploy the dollars, and the benefit really, so the risk is totally on the developer, and the benefit comes as we are successful in seeing the lots sold and improved, and the collection of taxes is realized over time. And over time, those dollars then will be repurposed into housing. So there's a delayed effect, if you will, with the TIF. And that's why we had suggested the 3B option, which is more akin to what Tim was suggesting. Why don't we just do the corridor project and make it happen? And what's exciting about that kind of a solution is that we can immediately reallocate those dollars that would have been purposed for the offsite improvements immediately into housing. So there's just a stronger thrust of work into the housing under the 3B solution. So that would be our preferable option. Option 3A is certainly workable. And under either scenario, the option 3A or 3B would enable us to jumpstart into the development and construction of up to 96 townhomes and apartments immediately west of Everest. And this is something that, frankly, we can get started on in 2026. So you'll see immediate impact through your decision on this item.
So to clarify, so between this 3A and 3B, your preference would be?
3B, that it would be and this is on that topic of the roundabout, essentially, that has come up since last Tuesday, where the city is exploring the possibility, the merits of a roundabout solution at that intersection of Cameron and George Washington Carver. That relieves the Bluffs, the Greenbrier of costs that would need to be spent there in infrastructure and can be reallocated right into housing. Make sense?
It does.
Thank you.
I appreciated your email this afternoon with the developer commitment for either 3A or 3B. Would you be willing to do like the letter of intent for this as well?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks.
You bet.
Thanks for clarifying. I kept saying 3A and 3B. You're referring to your,
Our memo.
thank you.
There.
Yes.
Email.
I was
Yes.
wearing my iPad out trying to find 3A and 3B in the PDF. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Kurt.
everyone.
Appreciate it. Anybody else?
Good evening, Nick Halfhill with ATI Group representing Hayden's, 1535 Southwest Market in Ankeny. I was the one that sent the late email this afternoon, but thanks for mentioning that. Laid out some of our phasing plans if we're able to move forward here. We are hoping you support option 3 and the bulk of that is in all the options is the east-west trunk sewer. Option 3 does get into the box culvert sharing. I use the term level set in my message, and that's unique to this property and maybe others in the area. But the overall density of this land is, you all know it likely as well or better than I do. But it's a fairly low density for having a few dense uses. There's 628 units available today, sans any amendments. But it's still averaging about 3.5 units an acre, over 170 acres. So having this incentive on the front side to help kickstart this entire area that we're all talking about helps on that front loading. That's the biggest thing, and then helps level these to the rest of the world is the way I'm seeing it in our pro formas and everything that we're working through right now. So with that, we do have the option to move forward fairly quickly on the east side of the draw that runs through Hayden's. There's that 8-inch sewer that's out there today, obviously existing road. Then as we move forward, we'll be tying our phasing generally to the sewer project so we can move forward with the west side. And then it's working through the new development agreement and seeing what the market's telling us and how we can bite through that, if you will. Obviously, after we get over the draw, we'll want to go north and have our second public access to there as quickly as possible. So within the efficiencies of design, unfortunately, as is per typical, the sewer comes the other direction. So we'll work our way north just as quickly as possible. But we're ready to move forward and formalize that into a revised agreement as soon as we're able to get clear direction so we can finalize our numbers and work through it.
Any questions? You say, again, I just got your email pretty late afternoon, but it says it is possible this area can be ready for development. Can you be a little, what impacts possible?
Sorry. Meaning that there's potential today for that to develop versus there is not possibility west of the draw due to the sewer limitation. So that's what I'm saying. We're able to move forward. There's Kelly's numbers, for instance, reference our first phase. It's much larger reference in the document. That portions of that, the large portion of that has to wait for the sewer to come through. So we're actually able to take an initial bite with the area east of the, calling it the draw, but on the east side, we're along the existing public road where the sewer is available, but it won't serve for areas further west.
Right. So you're willing to memorialize just in a letter of intent also in terms of give some kind of ideas what you're planning on in terms of what would happen in 26 and or 27?
Yes, as soon as we hear back from all of you what your intent is, we're willing to formalize that. Yes.
And is there commercial on your property? Was that being contemplated in the north?
Contemplated at the north end. Yes.
The northeast corner?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we'll close public comment. Closing thoughts?
Well, I'm wondering about this option 3B. We heard that we need to have the county involved for the purposes of grant applications, because part of the roundabout would be in the county. And so I don't know what to do with that if the request is for the city to build the project, like Tim suggested, what would happen if we just did it? We can't just do it, right?
Well, I mean, you can just do it. It's much more expensive than what is shown on this table.
We couldn't apply for a grant to do it.
Without, my understanding is it is in their jurisdiction. It must be a joint application.
I did take the liberty, I did contact one of the supervisors, let them know this is on the agenda. And so the conversation has been started, and also I think staff did talk to the public or the road
County engineer.
And
we did not make a formal request.
Right.
We just
Right.
talked through how the county right of way worked and what does it mean in terms of timing, which is how we got to this information of needing to make a request by February.
Right. So the supervisor I talked to indicated that she was going to go ahead and let the other two supervisors know this was on the agenda, so we're not committing to it, but we'd like to have that kind of conversation if council wants to proceed, down that road. So
This type of.
and Tim is right. This has been brought up by not only Supervisor Merkin, but also by Mayor Pop, about that. And so I think that there may be some interest. However, don't know their finances, and so we respect them. But we have a good relationship with them, so I think we'll continue that conversation. In fact, I'll see one of them tomorrow night at the emergency management meeting. I'll probably just talk about it tomorrow night too. So
Just to point out what Tim said, this is not unusual for us to share with jurisdictions. If you look at Iowa State University, we share in certain intersections, let's say Stang and 13th Street, or we had a sharing of costs out on State Avenue when there's the intersection spills over into another jurisdiction. And we've done that. And we've talked about even all the roundabouts that are going to be on 190th. I hope you understand that the people to the north coming from the county benefit from it, and half the area is in their jurisdiction. So it seems fair to the citizens of Ames and also to Story County in this case that they would help bear the cost of this improvement, because the improvement is not just to the city of Ames. And we have a history of sharing those type of intersection improvements. So you could certainly pay for it all, but I don't think that would be fair to the citizens of Ames if we did that. So hopefully Story County will understand the benefits and they'll be willing to commit to it.
Well, so if they do not choose to participate, then that cuts out a 25% cost share that we're asking. And how much was the grant?
$900,000. I'm not interested in writing a zoning district that I'm not sure would be a use in the next 5 years in terms of our priorities. So I would rather work through, if we had to, minor adjustments to the current code, but really rely on the PUD to get there.
Okay. So is there an interest in giving some direction to staff based on that conversation in terms of just saying what there's interested in support or different options?
I guess I'll try.
Go ahead.
I would move that we direct staff to work with developers to come up with a schedule of is that how you would phrase it? A schedule of.
Yeah, I think an outline of a schedule of events and activities that have to occur to do this. Yeah.
To facilitate option 3 for all the projects.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would that include anything regarding asking them for?
The roundabout's a separate.
Yeah, a separate motion. Yeah. Also asking for letter of
yeah, that's in with the schedule.
Okay, so that's all embedded in that.
Yeah, with the
Yeah, my understanding is the schedule would tell you what the end result in terms of yield of something is.
Yeah.
It's not which effectively is their intent.
Everyone understand the motion? Any questions? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
I would move.
One quick question. Do I need to bring them all back as a package, or as they are resolved, return to council? Because since I haven't talked to anybody, I don't know when they'll be resolved.
Sure, understand.
One at a time's fine. Or I mean, that's, I don't
This-
know that it
why
has
don't
to be as
you-
a package.
why don't you
Well,
make-
let's decide. We'll decide.
Yeah.
Make a
See what
motion in
it-
terms of, is it, it's,
Let us decide.
I'll let them decide?
No,
Let staff decide?
At the discretion.
Yeah.
What?
Let us deal with the issues.
All right,
Perfect, okay.
all right.
I would move that we direct staff to investigate partnership with the county to pursue a roundabout at that intersection.
Second.
Okay,
And so to clarify, is that a 3A or 3B in our nomenclature?
No,
Kind of three.
it's that one up there.
It's
right?
three.
I mean, I'm not
This one
saying
here.
that, I mean, I think we need to ask the county to contribute. If they say no, I think we can come back and discuss what we want to do then. Yeah.
well, and by virtue of option 3, that 600 and 600 changes, because the point is that's actually.
It'll have to. I don't know what the answer is right now.
Yeah, so that's, but the financial picture is going to change based on what Kelly, working with the developers and working out the details based on the option 3 indication. All right, those in favor say aye.
So I apologize.
Okay.
So I still don't understand the motion. So what would be the steps that would be required in that? Could you clarify that?
Well, that was in the staff memo about the
Contacting the
roundabout.
county.
So there were a number of steps that were outlined in that staff memo. Yeah.
Right.
It's first contact the council,
Yeah,
the
I
county
think-
and see their interest in the
The
participation
key is to get in front of the county by February.
for their budget.
From there, they'll indicate thumbs up or thumbs down about wanting to proceed towards preliminary design with the intent of applying for a grant. Once we know that, then we'll have to return to talk about this table, because option 3 is not reflected in this table.
Right.
And we'll have to come back to you and explain how you'll go about filling any gap in that funding, whether the county's involved or not, or how that looks. But that probably that will not be until after February.
Okay. I feel like time is of the essence here, but I think that's a good strategy.
Maybe the county will respond quicker than February.
I think that there can be some informal conversation and see what there's interest, well in advance. And if there's, may not be able to move officially, but the point is I give some indication.
We're putting so much in terms of investment in this. It seems like a very modest contribution that we're asking from the county on this project.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll be amenable to this.
I assume we won't know until, or will we know before February? Or
I don't know. I just understand from their budgeting process, there's a meeting about roads in February, and kind of like our CIP basically. So I don't know if there would be any indication before that or not.
But they're probably through conversations with some supervisors to get an idea if there is an interest on that. If they say no, then the point is then there's no interest, then
well, I mean, I was just thinking about our CIP discussion and which will occur before that, will it not?
January 20th, you'll
Right.
you gotta make your final decisions
So
the first week of February.
be helpful to know something
Yeah.
earlier.
So thanks for letting me sort of tease out the schedule here. I'm supportive of this.
all right.
Yep.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
So I think just to be clear, right, Public Works will explain how that can be inserted into the CIP, because it is using a combination of sources. You do have some expenditures on design using available ARPA money without affecting other resources. It's kind of laid out in the overall report. So I think Public Works can show you how that works, because I know you are looking at that. That's how we have it described in there.
I just want to thank you.
The first step is covered with using ARPA funds to cover preliminary design. The actual construction is not covered. That's what I'm saying.
Kelly, I just want to thank you, and I want to thank Steve, and I know Corey's been involved with this. This is a lot of work, and just your can-do attitude, trying to make this thing, work, and the creativity, and just the whole conversation. I really appreciate it. I think the council appreciates it too, and hopefully the community will appreciate that we maybe have turned the corner, and it's a new day, and we're really trying to get things done for the good of our community. So, but it's not lost on me that you probably shouldered a lot of the heavy work, and you got a lot of work going forward. But just want to thank you for your efforts, and we'll see what we'll look forward to rocking and rolling in early next year. Oh, did we say that you have to have all this done by January 13th?
You didn't say that. I said it actually wasn't
I was just trying to butter you up.
We can't do that.
Just kidding. All right, let's take a short break and a couple minute break, and then we'll get on to item 28. All right, move on. Item number 28, modifications, municipal code, chapter 19, Parks and Rec, clarify expectations for park use. Entertain motion on second reading ordinance.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Hang on. So what about the issue of the swimming?
It's on item B.
Okay, apologize. Go ahead.
Junk,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Thank you. And to your point, the changes regarding the swimming in the body of water on public property, that was clarified in the ordinance.
So I move that we modify the ordinance in light of the language, no person shall swim in any city-owned bodies of water, lakes and ponds.
Second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Entertain motion on second reading of zoning text amendment for landscaping, rock mulch within required landscape areas.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Betcher,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Entertain motion on second reading on rezoning with master plan from intensive industrial to general industrial for 23,959 580th Street Avenue. Excuse me.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
All right, Roosevelt Avenue parking prohibitions from 13th Street to 16th Street. Open up public comments. Anyone wants to address council on this topic? Seeing and hearing none. Entertain motion on first reading of the ordinance.
Move on first.
Second.
Roll call.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Is there a motion to suspend the rules and allow for second and third reading and adoption of ordinance number 4578 tonight?
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
And apologize, why would we try to do this all in one meeting?
This is because staff indicated that the residents would like to see this implemented as soon as possible, partly because of snow removal in that area.
Okay.
Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Entertain a motion on second reading of the ordinance.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Corriere,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Entertain a motion on third reading and adoption of ordinance number 4578.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Thank you. Entertain a motion on third reading and adoption of ordinance number 4579 on zoning text amendment for the South Lincoln Sub-Area Mixed Use District SMD, Single Family Design Standards.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Junk,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
All right, move on to item number 33. Nancy and Corey, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. It's that time of year again where we start talking about some of the budget issues. So again, we're talking about the fiscal year that begins in July 1st. So this is kind of the start of our process. We did hold a town hall meeting. We'll talk about a little bit about that in a second here. So again, so this is kind of our kickoff with the council. It provides, we're looking at our comprehensive, I guess, feedback from the council that will hopefully help make budget decisions later. We'll share some of the information we got from local citizens. We'll ask for specific guidelines on components of the budget, and primarily for asset, CODA, and outside funding requests. So I think that's probably the highlight of tonight. And then we'll receive any broad funding or service level directives that you desire. So every year, I think we start off with this slide, at least since I've been doing it. So the rollback for the upcoming fiscal year is down to 44.53. That's about a 3% decrease in the residential rollback. So that's that orange line that you see on the screen. Commercial is rolled back to 90%, and multi-res stopped being a classification a few years ago as in combined with residential. So looking at this graph, I think the highlight is that the residential rollback is going to impact our taxable valuation. So we won't know our total assessed valuation for a few more weeks, but we do know that the new rollback is going to have an impact on that. Just a reminder, a few years ago, there was some modifications to taxable valuations related and I guess in its relation to property tax limitations. So looking at the slide, there's 4 tiers that are related to taxable valuation growth. So if the city grows less than 2.75%, we can go up to the $8.10 limit. If we grow between 2.75 and 4, essentially, we're reduced by 1%. If we grow between 4 and 6, we're decreased by 2%. And if we go above 6, that'd be great, but we'll be reduced by 3. So those are the tiers that were adjusted a few years ago and will apply to our taxable valuations once we get our assessed valuations.
Where were we this year, Corey?
Last year, I believe we were in the 4 to 6%, because I think we reduced by 2% last year. Again, in the terms of property tax changes, a few years ago, the state enacted some changes to some of our exemptions. They changed the military exemption, which was increased from just under $1,900 to $4,000. I think the highlight of that was that the state stopped backfilling that. So for FY 26-27, we got about 944 applicants. So we think that'll cost us about $40,000 in revenue. And then, of course, the 65 plus residential exemption. So that increased from $3,250 in 24-25 to $6,500 in 25-26. In 25-26, we had just about 2,700 exemptions, and that rose to a little bit, just over 27 again. So we had 2,737 exemptions for the upcoming year. And so when we do our math, we believe that amounts to about $180,000 in lost revenue, even though our numbers were pretty much the same as last year. And we've been talking about backfill for the last few years. So a few years ago, the state implemented a commercial industrial rollback where it decreased the taxable valuation to 90%. And at the time, the state intended to backfill that. Well, eventually, the state decided that to eliminate the backfill, as you typically see in backfills, and your schedule was based on a 5 or 7 year elimination of the backfill. And so we happen to have valuation growth that put us in the 5-year elimination. And so each year for the last 5 years, we've been receiving about $200,000 less in backfill. And so the 25-26 year is the last year of that. So in 26-27, we will not receive any more backfill. So we'll be out the essentially $200,000 in total. One of the things that we've been talking about as we talk about property taxes is how we're going to move forward providing continuation of service. And I think we've been talking internally as staff is that we probably need to take a look at user fees. And so up on the board today, we've identified a few user fees, including building and development fees, our park and rec programming fees, permit and inspection fees. I know we've talked about a franchise fee in the past. That's something that we could consider. I know we've had some presentations on animal licensing fees, and that's kind of been on hold at this point. And I think the last thing that we noted was transaction fees. So that's credit card fees. So we pass along credit card fees to our utility billing customers, but we don't in our other areas. So that's another area we could theoretically take a look at and start passing along some of those charges. It's a time of year where we start looking at how we ended the last fiscal year and then talk about what we want to do if there's any excess revenues. And so in FY 24-25, we had a balance of about $16.9 million. We had a revenue surplus of about $600,000, and we had expense reductions of about $2.9 million. The highlight of that is about 2.5, though, was carried over to the current fiscal year for capital projects. And when you do all the math on that, we ended up with about $1 million in net available balance. And as we have typically, we recommend utilizing those funds for one-time expenses. And Steve typically prepares that list along with staff when we present those at a future council meeting. And we'll also provide the 25-26 savings as well at that time. So we'll have a list of projects for you to consider.
Does the thinking on this change at all? And I've been completely supportive of this in years past, but given the uncertainty from the legislature, one possibility would be to to bank some of that in ways that we haven't in the past.
Bank it for what purpose? It's one-time money, so as a long-term financing strategy for your operations budget, it's not wise. So
Just a rainy day.
we have a rainy day. We also have a goal of our general fund of about 25%. That's our rainy day fund.
Yeah.
So we do that also.
Okay.
What you're doing is your savings. These are probably, we come up with one-time capital items that if we didn't have the cash for, we would put in the operating budget and we couldn't afford it. So this allows us to buy things to keep up. But it's one time.
Yeah.
Don't try to, I would not advise that you try to finance with ongoing operations.
Okay.
Also included in the budget we have in the past is funding for the ARCH program. That's a 2-person team dedicated to 911 calls for de-escalation, mental health support, and they also help mediate simple conflicts. And we've had 60 hours a week of service in the past. The 25-26 budget included $132,000, and Mayor Greeley's requested $130,000 for the upcoming year. And as a reminder, the city contributes about 48% of salary and benefits. That's how we get to that number.
Do you know what accounts for that drop in request amount?
I don't. I believe there was some equipment purchases in the past.
Yeah.
I'd have to go
I think
back.
there were vehicle purchases and things like
Yeah.
that the last time. So there were some one-time costs that go away.
We've also spoken with Cyride. They're requesting just over $2.3 million. That's a 3.5% increase over their FY25 or 25-26. Last year, we started the process of amending the way that we handled utility rate increases. So we'd been alternating between water and sewer increases on a regular basis. After doing some analysis, we thought that providing smaller incremental increases on an annual basis across each utility benefited those individual utilities. So as we had in the past, we're recommending a 3.5% increase in water rates and a 5.5% increase in sewer rates. And we anticipate that will be about $3.03 per month for the median residential customer.
And in the near future, that would be the similar rates we'd have for the next 5 years, probably, I think.
Yep, I think we need to kind of continue on that path of small incremental increases to maintain the adequate fund balance in our debt service coverage ratio. The preliminary budget also includes 1.5% increase in our electric rates. We completed that rate study in 2024 and found that smaller 1.5% rate increases might support renewable generation in the upcoming years. And so we've had 5 years of smaller 1.5% rate increases. The thing that makes this a little bit more complicated is that we're in the process of constructing and designing new generation, and so that will impact our debt service, and in particular, how we handle our energy rate adjustment, which is adjusted on a monthly basis based on our power costs. Obviously, we're in the midst of a modification to our solid waste disposal system. So if you recall, in July 1, 2024, we increased our tipping fees from $62.50 to $75 per ton. Based on some of the financial forecasting we've done and in partnership with HGR and their consultant, we believe that increasing fees incrementally to $85 or about 13.3% effective July 1 will provide us the necessary capital to make some of those initial investments. And I think our end goal is to end up at 95.11 on July 1st, 2027. So we think this will strengthen our cash flows and help us during the transition time from our current system to the new system. We've held rates since 2022 for stormwater at $5.20 per ERU. We're not anticipating any rate increases for 26-27. We have a number of CIP projects that still needed to be complete before I think it makes sense to implement any kind of rate increases to fund our future 5-year CIP. So that's something that we'll monitor on an annual basis. And when it necessitates it and we catch up with those problems, we'll make that recommendation. The parking fund continues to face challenges. We are not breaking even. We have modest losses year over year. We continue, if those losses continue in perpetuity, obviously we run risk of having a deficit balance in the parking fund. So instead of recommending a rate increase, I think staff recommends considering the parking system in coordination with a potential downtown parking structure. Obviously, that would necessitate some rate increases, and I think that's a larger, maybe holistic discussion on how we handle parking within the community. So nothing this year.
Is it okay to just ask a quick question here about, I know we were trying to recoup some of the cost by sending out bills to folks, and how has that
That's
gone?
Corey's idea, and
How effective has that been?
So it's been, the parking registration restriction was pretty effective, but unfortunately, excuse me, we saw a one-time bump, and then people renew their registrations and pay their parking tickets. So we had significant increase in collections, but then they're caught up, and so they stopped getting parking tickets after that. But we haven't utilized the set-off program yet. That took us a while to get into, and that is really effective with tax returns, which will begin in the next calendar year. So we expect to kind of another significant bump beginning on January 1 and through April. So we'll see, but it definitely has decreased the cost of collection because we're not using a collection agency anymore. But once people are caught up, they tend to stay caught up. So.
Okay, oh, that's good too. Thanks.
Just a reminder, as we prepared the budget, the Fire Station number 2 referendum passed, and as we talked about at the time, we expect a 23-cent increase per $1,000 of taxable valuation as a result of that vote. So that's about $11 per year on a property valued at $100,000. That's about a 2.1% city tax increase. And we typically have about 3.9% general tax increases. And so when you consolidate those two, we're looking at about a 6%, or we mentioned a 6% when that referendum was considered. I think the other item of note is that I think we anticipate opening a pool here in the coming year. And so I know Keith and his staff have been working hard on putting together some financial analysis, but certainly that will require some additional general fund support. So
that might add another percent. So we could be up to 7% in terms of, it's probably larger than we've ever had, but you got the fire station referendum along with all the other debt service we had. And then you have the deficit in operating the new pool. So that's, we hope we do better than that, but that's probably higher than you've seen in the past.
Just a reminder that will be included in the upcoming budget.
What's that?
Just a reminder that's going to be in our debt service numbers for the upcoming budget. So
fire.
Each year, I kind of estimate the amount of interest we're going to receive. Last year, I had about $6 million. This year, I have about 6.7. Interest rates, as many of you probably know, are going down, but we've also been the beneficiary of increasing fund balances. So while our interest rate's going down, our fund balance is going up. So based on some of our current year numbers, actuals from last year, and an applied interest rate of about 3.5%, we think it'll be about $6.7 million. So that's what we're including in our forecast.
Can you just, I had a question on that money that's earned, is it required to be used in a specific way, or is it essentially able to be used by council in a discretionary manner?
It goes back to the fund that it was derived from. So general fund interest goes back to the general fund. Electric utility interest goes to that utility. So that's how almost every city applies those things, particularly for enterprise funds. There might be some flexibility with some of the other special revenue funds, maybe, or the general fund interest, but the enterprise funds are required to go back to the funds.
Okay, so you're tracking that.
Yeah.
I mean, even though you might buy a $100,000 CD,
yeah,
that's essentially a portion to a specific.
Yeah, so we pool all of our cash and then we invest it and then we allocate the return to those funds
On a percentage basis. I mean, on a whatever they're.
Yeah, yeah. Again, a reminder, hotel motel tax is a 7% tax. 5 cents of it goes to Discover Ames. 1 cent of it goes to replace the local option sales tax. which is then divided 60-40 between property tax reduction and community betterment. And then we keep 1 cent in the fund for economic development. So we're going to go through some forecasts for some of our revenues here. So the top number, the green bar, is what we received in 2024. So about 2.7 million. In FY 24-25, we were just over 3 million. So about a 9.6% increase, which was well above our adopted 25-26 budget of just 2,773,000. So we're recommending adjustment to motel tax to about 3.1. And then we're projecting a 2.9% increase for FY 26-27 to about 3.2. So kind of incrementally increasing our recommended collections for that. Unfortunately, that's probably the only positive story we have going forward the next few. So you can see road use tax from 24-25, that's the green to the blue. No increase really. That's typically between 2.5% to 4%. That's pretty standard, I think, in return. So for 25-26, we're not recommending any adjustment to the adopted budget. So it'll be about 9.5 million. And then just $100,000 increase for FY 26-27 of 9.6 million. So just a 1% increase there.
Could you explain why we're not seeing any increase there?
You know, that's a really good question. We had some really significant increases. Felt like coming out of COVID, that's motor fuel taxes, registration taxes. I don't particularly have a understanding of why that's derived or why it's up or down. It's just the number that the state provides us as a recommendation. So this is the first time I think since I've been doing this that we've had no increase from year to year.
So you remember how that works, right? For the public, that it's part of your state tax goes in the state based on how much gasoline you use. So you're driving, right? It's distributed back to the cities on a per capita basis. So you'd have to be, there was either
Registration, vehicle registration.
Yeah, I don't know.
So is it possible, Corey, you could ask the Department of Revenue,
Sure.
is that the gatekeeper of this money, or is it Department of Transportation?
It's probably Department of Revenue. They should be able to tell us. I'm not sure if they'll be able to tell us why it didn't go up, or they'll be able to tell us why the single revenue source went down, whether it was registrations or whether it was fuel taxes or something like that.
Just given the population growth of the community this just seems counterintuitive to me, and everything's supposed to be transparent. So it would be great if you could ask them.
Yeah, the per capita is only changed every 10 years, so every official census. So we're still on the 2020 census numbers.
Did the rate change?
No.
Yeah, the rates
I
changed
apologize,
over the years.
The rate, what rate changes?
You talking about the rate that they per capita?
That's correct.
Yeah, that changes.
Oh, sure. But that's all based on forecasted projections.
Right.
I mean, they're not that's why you see some cities go out when they're high growth cities and do a census on their own, an off year census, is to try and increase their per capita collection, their portion of the whole system.
Imagine if gasoline prices drop and less people are driving, perhaps that's going to leave less revenue into the pot.
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks.
We can look into it and see what we can find. I apologize. I'm not sure exactly why that occurred.
That's fine.
And then local option sales tax, we had a little bit of a drop again from 24 to 25.
Doesn't make sense either, does it? I know.
That number is based on Story County, so that is not a statewide number. That's Story County collections. So it's pretty interesting. You can see from 24-25 to 25-26, we think it'll be kind of an inflationary increase of about 3.2%. And so that'll get us to about $12.4 million, and then forecasting 12.7 or about 2.5% for the upcoming fiscal year.
Where do we stand with the state mandating online sales having to pay sales tax? Because I recently purchased a couple of things. I was shocked they didn't charge any sales tax whatsoever.
Well, that's probably an error of the vendor because it's.
I mean, it was
online sales.
No, it was no, it was not Amazon. It was
You're
a
talking
different.
about here?
No,
No. I mean, online,
Online
an online seller, out of state seller.
They should.
Yeah,
I was stunned.
they should be remitting it.
Yeah, this is South Dakota versus Wayfair. So that the Supreme Court ruling said they have to
Yeah.
pay those.
But the point being is that they're not sometimes they're just collecting 6%, not collecting the one.
Sometimes they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's generally the case.
I think they were trying to put, the league was trying to push the legislature to insist that they have to collect all 7%, the local option sales tax and get that rebated. But maybe some of this is just, we're seeing more online shopping and I don't know. It's just, it is concerning because that's really an important pot of our pool of money.
Yeah.
And could you ask that while you're visiting, also ask about that? Because that's also counterintuitive that would be declining.
Yeah.
If for no other reason, we've seen substantial increases because of inflation,
Mm-hmm.
that alone should be baked into an increase, a local
good
option
point.
sales tax.
Yeah. And in this case, there used to be a reconciliation, right? Like they would provide you an allotted amount and then every November there'd be a reconciliation. Well, that's not the way that it works anymore. It's direct payments on a monthly basis. So there isn't, we're not waiting for some big cash infusion in November like we used to get some actual collection. So
I would rather have it come in more evenly than have it that other way.
Yeah.
But the numbers going down is counterintuitive.
Yeah, we'll follow up on that too. It's just one of those things where I think in the future, we're just going to continue to forecast just inflationary increases. So until we're proven wrong multiple years in a row, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But is that prudent to be adopting something which we actually are not seeing any growth? Because then don't we have to reconcile or make that up?
Well, we have
later on?
we have a pretty healthy fund balance in the local option sales tax fund. I think if we
Oh.
were really bordering on maybe not meeting our reserve balance, we'd probably be a little bit more
Okay.
conservative.
So you're going to quote, do our own backfill in terms of is that right?
Yeah. I think we're.
Remember, this is important. 60% of it
It
is
is.
used to reduce our property taxes, and that's already in our base. So if we come up with less, we're going to have to raise more property taxes to offset it. So this is an important figure for us.
But as we're looking at asset funding,
Yep.
which comes from that.
That's right.
And if we're actually not going up at all, but actually going down, if we can, this is the question we've been talking about for 8 years. And that is, it just can't keep on going up unless that keeps going up.
Right.
What you're just pointing out, Tim, is that it's flat or just a hair lower. And it's going to basically eat into what we have left over for community betterment projects.
Yeah.
Right.
I hate to speculate. What if they're wrong? The Department of Revenue has been wrong before on issues. So I think we should ask them, show us the numbers.
Yeah, and I'm sure we can get them, and they're willing to provide them. We can ask for I think so. We had a member of our staff go to the league budget meeting, and they also suggested that it's possible that a decrease would occur in the upcoming year. So there must be some thought behind it, and we'll follow up on it. But it's by county, and so when they talk about a statewide decrease in the local option sales tax, I'm not as concerned about that because Story County is pretty vibrant, and so that's one of the things we consider is when it's on a countywide basis. I feel better about knowing kind of what's going on in our county as opposed to what's going on statewide. So we'll follow up on that.
Thanks.
The city participates in 2 pension systems, MFPRSI, which is for our police and fire. That rate is actually going down from 22.68% to 21.59%. So that's about a savings of $95,000. And then IPERS, for the remainder of our employees, or many of the remainder of our employees, is remaining same for the upcoming year. Similar to last year, we're recommending an 8% increase in insurance plans. We believe the cost for that is, continued use of our insurance plan and then just increase in medical claims. So similar to last year. We'll turn it over to Paul to talk about asset.
All right, so tonight we're looking for your approval on the total amount to make available for human services funding. So not the specific request and the allocations yet, but just the total bucket that we make available. So last year you made $2,020,807 available, and of that 1.8 was contracted out. And so this year we have 29 agencies that have come forward submitting a budget request, and that total request is 2.3 million. So if you look at that chart up there, if we were to fully fund that 2.3 million request, it would be a 16% increase. And so don't think that's feasible, but we'll walk through that. A couple of notable things about the agencies this year. We did, the board did approve 2 new agencies to be part of the asset process. So Creative Counseling Services, Innovative Food at First. And then there were 6 new services being added as well. 4 for MICA, which is around service coordination. So really helping their clients get connected to other services. The ARC and their project search program, which provides workplace internships for individuals with intellectual disabilities. And then Center for Creative Justice was looking for a service coordinator type service to be filled as well. Typically, it's my understanding, I've only been here for 2 years, but it's typical that we don't have this many new asks in any cycle. And I think this is just something that I think we'll continue to see grow. I know in the case of MICA, a lot of that had to do with just cuts that they've seen at the federal level. And I think other agencies are experiencing that as well. So I anticipate that next year the requests could even be greater than what they are this year. And then I'll just end on the note that we typically have some asset admin expenses as well. So we're just asking for a 3% increase in that, just a little bit short of $10,000, $9,336, just to cover the cost of our admin assistant and some equipment. And then staff recommendation is to do a 3% increase, so adding $60,000 to what you allocated last year. And then reserving $100,000 of that for case management and possibly moving that outside of the asset agencies. I just want to highlight this really quickly because we have dedicated a lot of money to hotel vouchers, and the Salvation Army has been helping us with that. And so really just want to make sure we're providing some holistic assistance for folks using that program, which is the reason for that reserve. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Looking at this just as a 3% increase,
Yeah.
in some ways that's the easy way of doing this. The harder way is to do a deeper dive and look at some of the substantive requests, and that's sort of beyond the scope of what we can do tonight. But are there any particular requests that you think that it would be helpful for you to highlight for the council?
I mean, I think what we saw this year was that the requests, it was a little bit unpredictable about what agencies submitted. So I don't know if there's anything in particular I would highlight, but I would say that we see an increase in the request for assistance around childcare services and subsidizing that for families who cannot afford the full price. And then we also saw, let me just quickly highlight one. Put to that page. The Salvation Army is again this year requesting some funding to do some hotel vouchers as well, and that's a pretty large amount there, $120,000. Their request this year is $140,000, so they upped that a little bit. Primary health care was a new, they added a couple of new services last year around kind of service coordination for their clients as well. And that was a pretty large increase this year, and they're asking. That's what I would say.
Thanks for that. That's super helpful. Final question. Do we have any sense yet of what the other partner funders are looking at doing for their percentage of increase, if they are increasing?
Yeah, so we're the first group to go. So the others haven't made a decision yet, but I think the conversation has been around 3% as well.
Okay.
So, and last year we were the only agency to give a 5% increase. The others gave 3%.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead?
Sorry, I'm working from this document that we talked about earlier today, which may or may not have accurate numbers reflected on it. What I'm seeing in the history of asset funds table is that the amount requested this year is less than the amount requested last year. So how is it that the agency requests increase 16.64% if the number is less?
Yeah, so even though you make the 2,020,000 available each year, it's not always fully contracted out. So there's some funding in there that the asset board may not have contracted out specifically to an agency. So I believe that number was about $49,000 was unallocated from the asset board. In addition to that, if you remember last year, we had some reserved dollars at $96,000, and that was for continuous improvement with the asset process, but also housing solutions. And so that's why you see a gap there between what's being budgeted and what's being contracted. In addition to that, not every agency draws down their full contracted amount.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking
No,
about.
I think-
I'm talking about the amount requested.
Yeah, I think what it is, that 16% is the amount over what we actually budgeted last year, not
yes,
not what
yes,
not what was
Okay,
requested.
so we saw a decrease in requests, but we're recommending an increase in our funding. Is that right? Am I interpreting
Yes.
this correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw less funds requested, but if you were to grant 100% of the requested funds, it would be 16% more than what you budgeted and approved last year is what it is.
But then last year, the difference between what was requested and what was contracted is about $580,000. So I'm just trying to understand
Yeah.
the numbers here, and English professor and all that. It does not make logical sense to me to recommend that we increase our funding when the requests for the last 2 years have been on average about $490,000 over what we actually contracted for. So can you help me understand that?
Yeah, I think part of it too is if you look at the history of what we've done, this has been a priority area for you guys, and so you have wanted to increase when we can. So I think that was really kind of one of the primary things. You're right, we could keep it flat and still do pretty well, I think, based off of our contracted dollars, and so that's really up to you. I just think while we maybe have the flexibility to give an increase, it might not be. It's something to consider.
I think it's a really interesting point you make. I commend our asset volunteers. They're not spending all the money. If they don't feel like that's a good investment for the community, they're not just spending it because they can. I think that means the system is working. But I think your point's really well taken.
Well, I think that last year, some agencies asked for an exorbitant amount of money that could not be justified, to your point, by the asset volunteers, or it was just, what were they thinking, so to speak, And so you wanted to go ahead and still support them, or I think one agency actually requested, but that actually they couldn't even fund it because the program was being discontinued. I mean, it was a wonky year, I think, last year. But your point's well taken that the difference between contracted and budgeted. Now, we did sequester some money.
We did.
That hasn't been fully spent for internal use, right? And you mentioned that in your report.
Yep.
It was $100,000. Or $90,000 was sequestered.
Yep.
So that would come off of, if you added 90,000 to the contracted amount, that would put you at 1.96. So you're only about $60,000 short of what actually was budgeted. And some are being held because of some contractual disputes too.
Yes.
So, do we want to, Corey, is it your preference to, or Steve, that we
Yes.
have a motion at this point in time regarding asset? Because there's some other ones that you want some direction.
That's right. We
on.
need a motion, Master, and you're just approving the pot of money. How it's going to be allocated by agency will come back later on at the budget time based on asset recommendations.
So it's 0, 3. Oh, it could be anything or any combination thereof, whatever
Yeah,
counts.
Pa's recommending
Staff are recommending
3%.
3.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Second.
Yeah,
Which
I
one?
move 3.
Moving second to approve
The
3%.
staff recommendation.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thanks, Pa.
Thank you. Go.
Okay, so for the additional components that we need some input from the council on tonight, there are 2 different areas and then a third I just want to briefly mention. So one is the Public Art Commission. Historically, we have allocated $46,000 a year in the budget for the Public Arts Commission, and that's what we're recommending to be included in the budget. Again, you'll see that again at budget wrap up. For the Commission on the Arts, which supports the arts agencies in the community, the current year allocation is a little over $250,000. It's $252,978. For next year, applications have been received totaling $297,188, a 17.5% increase, or a $44,210 increase. So just like with asset, the council is being asked to establish the pot of money that CODA commissioners will then use to make their recommendations for the arts agency funding. CODA will typically set aside a small portion of that funding authority to be used as funds for mini grants in the spring and fall each year. Those are smaller dollar amount grants for activities that come up that are unforeseen circumstances or opportunities throughout the year. But CODA will utilize the entirety of whatever the council authorizes tonight. So they'll allocate for the annual grant, pardon me, the annual grants, and then the remainder will go into that pot for special project grants. For the current year, the amount that was set aside by the council in this pot of money was a 5% increase over the prior year. However, we're not, as staff, recommending a particular dollar amount. There are some options available to the council that are listed on page 20 of the report at the top.
And one of the things that we hear that attracts people to communities is, arts and culture. And I'm just curious if council would say, let's just do 300,000. I'm just throwing this out. Do you think CODA would have a vision on how to really further enhance our community through different cultural or enhancements for different entities? We're talking about $50,000 for sake of this. I'm just, instead of just doing a specific percent, I'm just curious. Or would they just say, well, I'm not sure what we would do with the money?
A couple of thoughts about that. One is that there are so many different types of art programs that are financed through CODA. CODA is not necessarily putting out very specific criteria for what it is seeking.
Mhm.
It's really more driven by the agencies for what creative ideas they can come up with for projects and activities. I will also point out that for the current year, CODA had a fairly substantial set aside for the special project grants, and it was really a struggle to allocate all of that. In fact, there was a substantial amount left over at the conclusion of this last round of recommendations, and so CODA is going to issue a third round of special project grant.
How much is left over?
I think it was about $5,000. It was almost half. So I think, could you tell, CODA that the authority is there to allocate all the money that's being requested? Sure. I would be surprised if they did it. One, if they did allocate all that. And I think that it would be a challenge to spend or to find projects that meet those criteria for special projects.
That's you answered my question. That's a great answer. And the 5,000 that's not been used, does that get carried over into their budget, or does it basically go back into the general fund?
No, so the remaining funds that are set aside for special project grants, they've had the second round where they only received one application. So that chunk of money, CODA discussed it, and they decided they wanted to offer a third round of grants.
Okay.
So we will need to carry that money forward into the next budget year, but it will be for a grant period that spans the fiscal year end.
Thank you.
Brian, can you remind me, can the funds be used for project development too? I guess what I'm thinking about is that, of course, on campus, students do programming all the time. Are there funds available to help perhaps student groups bring some of those projects to the downtown area or something like along those lines?
Yeah, as long as the recipient was an eligible organization, then I would think that would count. One of the challenges that exists is that, the recipients have to be an arts agency or an organization that has arts-related goals or objectives in their governing documents, in their bylaws, in their mission statement, that kind of thing. So it would have to be an agency that's focused on that, or a student organization that's focused on that, for example.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the revenue source for this is local option tax, not general fund. So you're dealing with the same
Got it.
growth, about 2.5% as you have for asset.
So recommendation?
So I am keeping in mind local option sales tax, and I would move that we have a 3% increase.
Just like, all right, those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 3%.
Okay, and then we come to what might be one of the more challenging decisions to make tonight, and that's the outside funding requests. So these are challenging for a number of reasons, primarily though because these requests are all so very different, and they come from organizations that do things very differently. So they're difficult to compare. It's difficult to know, the relative value of one versus the other. Just like the other requests that you're being asked to discuss tonight, you're not being asked to judge the merits of the applications. We've provided them to you so you have an opportunity to take a look at them and get a flavor of what's being requested. But we're not asking you to make a decision about the individual requests. We are again asking for a pot of money to be set aside, and staff will make some recommendations for you at budget wrap-up time. Now, these requests are primarily financed through the local option sales tax fund. In the current year, the amount financed through local option sales tax was $324,487, so $325,000 roughly. The remaining amount is for parking waivers and for the workforce initiatives that are put on by the Ames Regional Economic Alliance. Those two items, since those are economic development related, we finance those out of the hotel motel tax fund. So in the past, we have not really asked the council for direction about the hotel motel tax funded components. I just want to point out that we've had an increase in the number of requests for parking waivers, and so we're recommending increasing the amount that we set aside in hotel motel for that, going from $10,000 a year to $16,000 in the next fiscal year. So what we are asking for is direction about the pot of money for the local option sales tax funded total. So again, the current year is $324,487. The requests out of local option this next year total $378,000.
Interesting.
We had one new request this year from the Ames Foundation. Ames Foundation had made a request in the previous year, but they withdrew it prior to the time that we made awards. So we didn't include that in the information. That program that they're requesting funds for is for a downtown murals program. We've got, again, a variety of different potential increases that you might consider on the top of page 23.
So I have a couple questions. I know we're not trying to talk about individual allotments here, but I'm personally inclined to prioritize some of these requests to fully fund over other ones. And so I'm not sure how to wade through that. That's kind of my first question. And then my second question is, I assume the Ames Foundation is not eligible to apply for the excess CODA funds because they do not have an arts mission, even though they are embarking on an art project.
I would say that's correct, yes.
Would they fall under PAC though? Would Public Art Commission, would that, what they're doing?
Potentially. I think PAC has in the past assisted in sponsoring some mural programs.
It just seems like an ideal project for
PAC.
the commission or PAC, quite honestly.
I'm not sure that PAC has a lot of discretionary money that it doesn't have locked up into ongoing projects.
Well, the point is, or you could just increase our budget by.
Right. That's kind of why I'm asking the question because, again,
It's a great idea.
I don't want to talk about individual ones, but there are some that personally I would like to see us fully fund, but that's going to be well over a 3 or 4 or 5% increase. And if that means we have to do it from other means, I'm not sure how to handle that. So can you tell me?
Which means,
Well, your
what
point is-
Tell me what you're talking about.
well,
Like
what do you want to do?
If we vote to approve
3%.
3% for, right, that's what we've been
A
doing.
3% pot.
But I want to make a motion to say, whatever, increase the PAC budget by $15,000 or take X amount of money from council contingency to fund this. When is the appropriate time to do that?
Well, at budget time, but we'd sure like to know what you're thinking about beforehand, so we don't have to,
Okay. Like right now or?
well,
Well, I think it's relevant now because if we did a 3% local option increase, that dollar amount isn't even
No.
equal to the 15,000.
And everyone else gets
yes,
gets
I don't know what you're
nothing.
thinking about.
Right.
Are you thinking about giving zero to other places than your other?
I'm not saying necessarily giving zero. I just think, again, I'm only speaking for myself here. There are things that I believe are more impactful overall and that fit within our goals and things that we would like to see as opposed to other things.
Why don't you,
So
can you just rifle through them real quick?
I think it's important to fully fund Main Street and Campus Town requests. There are areas that we continually talk about wanting to prioritize in terms of development and beautification and all of these things. And the dollar amounts are small. I get the increases are larger, and then the same thing with the Ames Foundation, like public murals to me are something that are very visible. They're attractive to visitors and residents alike. And so I think we should try to find other alternatives to funding those things.
So I actually, when I was reading through some of these applications, I know we're not supposed to like drill down into the merits of specific ones, but I found myself wanting more information from the Main Street and the Campus Town requests before deciding how much to fund them. And that's why I'd be okay approving a bucket tonight, but I was gonna potentially have a additional motion, to have staff get some more information because on some of these, the sources of funds or the revenues and expenses aren't adding up. There's miscellaneous line items of, $48,000. And so I would want more information there before
Go 360.
funding And then also there's the
Just lump sum.
discrepancy with the items that I pulled.
Forget the percentage.
The request for parking waivers versus the outside funding request. Those aren't lining up. So I'd like some more information from staff on that as well.
Well, I think that there are other requests in here that don't explain what the miscellaneous is
Correct.
either.
Yeah.
And I think if we're going to be accountable in the way we're allocating our funding, we need to have more information, especially on something like miscellaneous, where we actually say, please detail, what does this include? And it's not detailed.
100% agree.
So I'm comfortable with.
But that might be the same for
asking
campus
more.
town and downtown too. You know, just because they're asking for it, you might want to look, drill down and see what they're asking
Yeah, I
for out of
think
the
we
rent.
should drill down on all of the
On all
outside
of them.
funding requests.
So, but the key is what's your pot, right?
Right.
I mean, we're not held to the pot, right? Like we can decide on a pot and then if it, I mean,
It's a
in
pot, not a
January,
pot.
if it doesn't, if we have more information and then we don't like.
Well, here's another option is just, you just say, instead of 10%, just say the pot goes to $365,000 for sake of discussion. Forget about the percentage. And that maybe pick up the foundation, and you don't have to spend all of it either. I mean, if you get the information, you say, oh, I'm not really comfortable with that. Maybe it's not all allocated, but at least you got more to work with, and that's kind of helps staff out, right?
Yeah, ultimately, if you don't give us a pot of money, or if you don't give us direction, we're going to have a tough time making recommendations for you.
Right.
And it's going to be more on you as the council members to decide. And that was something that previous councils have not wanted to do because of the amount of time that it takes.
So it's tough to give recommendations if you don't know what their priorities are. Now, what's the criteria that was established originally for this program? Do you remember offhand?
Activities that the city would otherwise perform itself at a greater cost, activities that have a broad appeal, or unique services that aren't provided elsewhere in the community, something like that.
Well, how about enhancing the quality of life, or is that entered into it at all or not? No?
We also ask that the organization do some other fundraising. Some of these, I wonder, like if we're fitting the entire bill. But one thing I'd mention to council, we've been in this sort of point of tension in the past where we've almost like want to treat this like asset. And we're taking on the role of trying to screen all these. And holy cow, and it's 10:15. I don't have the bandwidth to go through all these item by item.
Agreed.
And Rachel, your point's well taken. They haven't given us what we need to do that anyway. So my hope is that we would give staff direction, empower them, and let them run with this.
Well, what does that run with this? How much, what's your cap, what's your pot?
Let's get a motion on what you want, either
And
percentage.
this is on a
or
local
lump
option
sum.
sales tax, just like the other ones were.
Right. For outside funding requests.
Outside funding.
So I'm going to make a motion that we set aside $365,000 for outside funding requests.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments?
So the 365,000 covers what?
It's the
I don't
bucket.
want to get into
That's the local
that-
option.
No,
bucket.
I'm just.
But that's
okay.
excluding the parking waivers and the
Right. Oh, yeah,
hotel
yeah.
ones, right?
Reserves, it excludes the waivers and excludes the workforce development.
Correct.
Okay.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Is there a motion? Is there a concurrence with the 16,000 for parking waivers and 15,000 for workforce development? Entertain motion if everyone agrees with that.
Move approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. And then did you want to make a motion?
Yep. I move to have staff get additional information on sources of funds and expenses, for example, miscellaneous, from all of the agencies requesting outside funding, and to reconcile the discrepancies between the items pulled from consent and the associated outside funding requests.
Second.
Taylor, if you got that all down,
Mostly.
I can give it to you after.
Okay.
do you have it written up?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Maybe you can just email it to her. Perfect. All right. Thank you. It says you got it all down. You are really, 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 really good. Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Did you get what you need, or what else we have here, Brian?
That's all I have unless there's further direction.
Well, Brian, so do you feel like the staff has enough direction from us in terms of factors for evaluating these requests? So,
So we'll use that criteria he mentioned. And add other criteria.
so I don't want to try to draft this on the fly. So I'll try this. Can I move that we ask the staff come back to us at a meeting soon with proposed criteria for us to evaluate at that point, just to give us a blueprint.
Aren't they already doing that?
I don't.
I don't know that we have.
What?
There are 3 criteria.
There's 3 criteria.
Yeah.
We use that to make our decision. If you want to add a different one or more than one, other ones, you have to tell us. The ones he said.
So is council content with that? Do we
Yeah,
need
that's
to?
the point.
we
Is that
need
the
to-
right policy
Do
still
we
or
need to
not?
tweak this?
I don't think this year is the year to tweak it. I feel like if we're going to be looking at
People have
more
already
data,
applied, right, under the
yeah.
current.
We can make it apply for a future year.
Right.
But then we wouldn't have to.
But I think we've surfaced some issues.
I don't think we need to do it right now.
Need
because I-
versus should is your point's well taken. I think you've heard some discontent that maybe we want to fine tune this.
I don't want to fine tune it now because these requests are already in. I think we need more data on these requests, but they have those 3 criteria that have been applied. So I'm perfectly happy to move forward with this and in the future revisit before the next budget cycle to adjust the process. I'm not, right now, I'm really tired and we have a long meeting to go. So I don't think it's necessary right now.
Yeah, so my motion, and I have to withdraw it, was not to do it tonight, was to have this in a future meeting. That was my motion. I'll withdraw it.
Completely missing that.
That's okay. Race abounds.
Okay. Anything else from? All right.
Did you vote on that?
No, he withdrew the motion.
We'll deal with it later.
This is not
About
gonna be
360
a-
in it.
Yeah, we
Pot
voted on that.
365.
365.
Yeah.
For outside funding requests, and then also
Oh.
the,
You didn't mention now, the Main Street people said they applied through outside funding for the
parklets.
parklet, but that's not in
Yeah, I
here.
didn't see it.
So they didn't do that.
So
Oh, yeah.
that wasn't received as a part of all of the other outside funding requests. So
You'll have to deal with that separately.
I'm not sure
Council
what you
contingency.
want to do with
That's
that.
fine.
council
We'll deal with
contingency.
it
Like, is
later.
there a deadline that they missed?
November 15th is the deadline every year for the outside funding requests.
Maybe we'll figure it out later.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think you want it included in here because it takes
Correct.
away
It's
from.
not the same.
Let's, I
I'm
think
just
it's
clarifying
yeah.
because he said it. That's all I meant.
Thank you.
So I'm not planning to evaluate that one.
So
If the council
Is-
wants to allocate funds towards it, you'll need to approve a motion.
Correct.
Probably a budget wrap up.
is there a
Separate.
request?
But there's no formal.
Is there a request in writing to you or that you have from them requesting $10,000?
Is that, did he write a memo to the council on that? Their short-term goals?
I don't remember seeing anything coming from your office saying that, hey, they've asked for this. So that's what I'm wondering, is there actually a formal submission?
Thought there was, but I don't remember.
Okay,
what
so we got a board meeting tomorrow, Ames Main Street. We can ask them about that tomorrow,
What time's that?
4:00.
Isn't that a social thing?
I will go ahead and I'll ask about that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. All right, Disposition Communications Council, we have 3 items.
Who needs to sign them?
Historic Preservation Commission request for revisions. Is there a motion to refer to staff?
Did that memo just come from the commission without staff consultation on it?
What did you say?
Did it come? This did not come from staff. It came directly from the Historic Preservation Commission.
Then I would
Oh, you just
move,
want to put it on the agenda then?
I don't know. Does it need to go through staff?
Yeah, so it's referring to for a memo.
Yeah, I'd move that we refer it to staff for a memo.
Second.
Yeah.
All right, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Second is from a request from Leon Webker regarding a land use comprehensive plan amendment. Staff recommends requesting a memo.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And third is an opportunity for workforce housing subdivision on Ontario Street. Ask for a memo.
Move. Requesting a memo.
A memo. There's a second.
Second.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
We got an email that didn't make our packet.
Yeah.
Does that matter?
Which one?
One.
Is it the one that was sent and then sent again?
It was.
Yeah, it was sent
That's coming out
sent
Friday.
again
Yeah,
about
refer it.
parking on a lot by.
Oh, that's
Stuart
right.
Smith.
We're gonna, did everybody get it already? Because we're gonna send it out
Yeah.
Friday, and then you could, at their special meeting, you can refer it.
Get a memo. Oh, that's fine.
Or do you want to do it now? Did
Get it on
everybody
our
get it?
packet.
So it counts?
Yeah.
I can wait. So we,
Well, if you want to go ahead.
We've gotten it twice.
Yeah.
I guess I would just request a memo from staff on that.
Second.
Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's the one that,
And then
I'll take it.
Taylor, we can get the specifics. I think Renee actually has the information. But if not, contact Steve and we can, or me, and we can get it for you. All right, report governing body. Anything from Discover Ames?
No.
AREA?
We heard a report tonight that economic and development investment is external funding, $35,661,349, and capital investment is $619,903,000. So they're very proud of those totals.
All right, Story County Emergency Management, we meet tomorrow night to work on our next year's budget. Transit,
We meet Thursday.
all right. Council comments? Rachel, start with you tonight.
Yep, I have a note from Emily. Our joint meeting is March 4th, 5 to 7 in the Memorial Union Sunroom. And that was sent to Renee, so we should have a Outlook invite coming soon.
Yeah.
And then nothing from me personally.
want me to sign those?
Tim?
I know there's the passing of these two Iowa National Guardsmen, Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Tovar, 25 from Des Moines, and Sergeant William Nathaniel Howard, 29 from Marshalltown. It feels like it hits home when they represent all of us. So condolences to the families. That's all.
Amber?
Nothing for me.
Anita?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Rama?
Nothing for me.
Gloria?
And early happy holidays to everyone.
Very good. Couple of things. One is Wreaths Across America, super cold, snowing. Public Works was out there trying to, plow the streets, and we still had a fantastic turnout. So just thanks to the community for coming out and supporting that. I would say that Cliff Barker and I were almost overcome with emotion, the support of people coming out and doing that. So thanks to them. And then, as you're all aware, Dr. Winterstein will be retiring at the end of the year. And I just want to say what a phenomenal partner she has been. She's been a great communicator and worked together with us. And so we wish her and Robert well. She'll be missed. We look forward to working with David Spalding for a couple of months, and then Dr. Cook when he comes in March. So with that, we will go on to item number 35, membership in the Iowa Public Power Agency. We'll turn it over to Mr. Com and Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mayor. Council action form number 35. There is an organization that exists here in the state of Iowa called the Iowa Public Power Agency.
What it does is basically it's a group of municipal electric utilities that was formed back in 2002 to work on development of projects and to basically allow municipals to work collectively together on various action items, on various projects and things like that. There is no cost to be a member of this organization. They've recently reached out to Ames and asked if we would be interested in joining. Back in 2002 when they were formed, there was about 15 members. Recently, they're with some of the projects that they're looking at, their membership has grown to over 60 members. And they've asked us if we would like to join. Again, there are no fees to be part of IPPA, but it'll allow us to work collectively and collaboratively together. And staff is recommending that we become a member of IPPA. And I'll do that first piece and just see what, if council has questions or would like to discuss that. If council does approve that, some of the stuff that we'd like to talk about that IPPA is doing, they have required that each of their members sign on to a confidentiality agreement through a non-disclosure form. So maybe I'll start with the first one and see what council's appetite is for becoming a member of IPPA.
Questions?
So I love the fact it doesn't cost us anything, but that can't be the only criteria. So do you feel like the goals and missions of this group coincide with the values and priorities of our community?
Yes, I do. The IPPA is made up of several members that are similar to us, people like Cedar Falls Municipal Utility and Muscatine. They also include smaller municipals that probably require a little bit more hand-holding than others. We don't require that. They also have large municipal power agencies. The ones I'm thinking of are NYMECA, Northern Iowa Municipal Co-op, SciMeca, and Missouri River Energy Services. Collectively, we all serve our communities for the betterment of our electric customers. Each of these members shares that same purpose, that same goal, that same vision that Ames does. We're not bound, if we're in the organization, we're not bound to follow any of the other cities, just work collaboratively together, but we don't have to do everything that everybody does. So it's very much on a individual basis.
Thank you.
Other questions?
So Don, for instance, these 15 municipal utilities have previously invested in 2 jointly owned transmission projects with Mid-American Energy. What does that look like for the partner? That municipal utility that has become part of that partnership, just so we have an example.
Sure. And I want to make sure that I'm referring to which the partner is. So IPPA originally was created by these 15 municipal utilities. The intentions at that time, Mid-American was about to build some major transmission in the area. And there are benefits to being an owner of transmission as opposed to just the renter. It's kind of like owning a home versus being a renter. It just so happens that these 15 municipals are fairly small. So they don't have the staff or the capability to directly sit there and say, I want to be involved in this. So they worked collaboratively together, formed IPPA. IPPA then was able to fund actually the transmission for these member cities and work collectively together. That also helped Mid-American, so they weren't dealing with 15 individual city councils, no offense or anything like that, but they could work with that one group on behalf of the 15 members. And it really helped them out, and they've been benefiting ever since from this project, from the 2 projects.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, entertain a motion. Is your motion approving? Go ahead.
Move alternative 1.
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Betcher,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Thank you. The second half of item number 35, because we'll need to discuss some things that are sensitive both to IPPA and to some of the projects they're working on. The attorney for IPPA has asked that that we sign onto a confidentiality agreement that all other members have. And so I'm not sure the exact process, and I'm going to kind of look at Mark saying, because I don't have a formal motion written up or anything like that. So maybe I'm going to hand it over to Mark, but I will hand out, if it passes, I can give the form to the mayor on behalf of the city. And then the organization would like the council members also to sign a copy, and anyone else that will be in the room when we start discussing these projects.
So the motion to agree to the confidentiality agreement would bind the entire council. And they're asking for, individual signatures on non-disclosure agreements as well. But the thought is that we would have the council vote to approve a confidentiality agreement, and therefore the council is bound by it. So pretty straightforward.
So the motion be to authorize and approve a confidentiality agreement regarding electric transmission planning and construction and critical energy infrastructure?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll move that, but I have one follow-up question for Mark.
Second.
Yep. So, Mark, this is the first time in my time on council that we've been asked to do this. And how it's late, but could you give us just a sense or two? So much of what we do is designed to be transparent, and
Right.
there are only very limited situations where what we do is outside the public eye.
Right.
So from your position, is this fall within that category of other things that, there are things that we do that we can go into closed session for, and that's by code. In your opinion, does the nature of this fall into that same category?
Yes. Yes. Both in terms of, the open meetings law and what you can go into closed session for, and also the open records law. There are some provisions in there that allow for confidentiality and things that don't need to be released. And then you can discuss in closed session things that are to be held confidential under the open records law. So this is a very sensitive topic because, you first of all, talking about critical infrastructure. Secondly, because you're talking about, plans for owning transmission. And it is something that can be discussed privately in closed session, and you can take action in closed session on it. It's just and I'm comforted by the fact that all these other cities have looked at this and have done this as well. So every city that's in the IPPA has gone through this process.
And is this something that lasts indefinitely? So if someone goes off council, they're no longer a council member. Are they continue to be bound by this?
Yes, they are. Because it's just like closed session, right? You're basically bound for the rest of your life on what happens in closed session. You can't talk about it when you're no longer on council.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on this because this is new. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there a motion to authorize and approve confidentiality agreement regarding electric transmission planning and construction and critical energy infrastructure?
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? All right, motion carried.
And then, Mayor, that's all I have on item 35, so we can move on to 36 at your discretion.
Mark, does City Council have authorization to go into, authorization to go into closed session?
Yes, Mayor, the council does have the authority. Typically, I just refer to the Iowa Code section. This one's more complex, so I'm actually going to read it. The council has the authority to go into closed session pursuant to Iowa Code sections 21.51A, 388.91, and 21.51K to review or discuss records which are required or authorized by state or federal law to be kept confidential, to discuss proprietary information and information required by a non-customer contracting party to be kept confidential pursuant to a non-disclosure agreement which relates to electric transmission planning and construction and critical energy infrastructure, and to discuss information contained in records in the custody of a governmental body that are confidential records pursuant to Iowa Code Section 22.7, subsection 50.
Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
All right, roll call.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corrieri,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Have you gotten all the confidential agreements that you need?
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, yeah, wait, before we go on the
Go off.
media.
TV.
All right, we are back in open session. Entertain a motion on resolution approving a joint development agreement and payment of an initial payment of up to $150,000.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Jung.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
All right, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Merry Christmas, happy holidays, happy Hanukkah to everybody, and we will see you next year.